All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Extended Day-Ahead Market Revised Straw Proposal Stakeholder Meeting. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs. The meeting materials that we will be discussing today are available out on the EDAM Initiative webpage, and you can find those by going to kaiso.com. You'll click the Stay Informed tab and then go to Policy Initiatives. That'll take you to our main initiative landing page. And then you'll scroll down and find the Extended Day Ahead Market Initiative webpage, and you'll find all the materials for this meeting on that page. Before we get started, if we could just go to the next slide, I just want to remind everyone that the meetings today and tomorrow are recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only, and any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. If you need technical assistance at any time during today's meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. His name is Chris. And with that, I will hand it back over to Joanne Serena, our Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience.
Great. Thank you, Isabella. And again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to all of you who are here with us today in person. We really appreciate gathering again as we sort of go into more of a normal mode of stakeholder meetings. Also, thanks to all of you that have joined virtually. Those of us here in Sacramento are obviously bearing the heat. Those of you who are virtual, I hope you're pre-cooling your house because we do have a flex alert in effect later today. I know everyone is interested in sort of the grid events over the last couple of days as we go through this heat wave. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark in a couple of minutes to give everybody sort of a rundown of what has taken place. But today, in terms of the agenda, I would like to kind of do a quick walkthrough. We are going to be focusing on the Extended Day Ahead Market Revised Straw Proposal. As most of you who participated in our August 29th meeting, we worked through a good portion of the Revised Straw Proposal, and we didn't get through all of it with all of the feedback and good questions. So today we're going to be focusing on continuing to work through that proposal. But before we jump into it, we do have a couple of other topics that we wanted to cover. The first one is we're going to receive a Western EIM Governance Review Committee update by Eric Eisenman. He is the Director of FERC and ISO Relations at PG&E. And then after that, we have a couple of guest speakers. We're very pleased to have Sarah Edmonds with us. She's President and CEO of Western Power Pool. And along with her is Rebecca Saxton. She's the Director of Reliability Programs, also at the Western Power Pool. And joining them will be Mike Wilding. He is the Vice President of Energy Supply Management at PacifiCorp. And they are going to share with us more information about the RAP program. It's a new RA program that's in the middle of development and certainly has a lot of interest. And we certainly want to have some conversations about how the RAP program interplays with the Extended Day Ahead market. So we're looking forward to that conversation. We'll then take a break, and then we'll come back and finish the afternoon off, continuing our discussion on the EDAM Revised Straw Proposal. And then, of course, this evening we will have a networking event, so hope to see all of you there. And then tomorrow we will continue with the Revised Straw Proposal. And we're going to take this opportunity to get your feedback and really bring clarity to some of the outstanding questions around the Revised Straw Proposal. So that's what the next day and a half look like. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark to give us an update on the grid conditions.
Thanks, Joanne. First off, I want to send a message from Elliot, who would have been here to make some opening comments, but unfortunately, due to the system conditions, he stayed behind and he's watching what's going on. But he did express sincere appreciation for the progress and your continued engagement in this topic. He's been watching it, and he feels like great progress is being made, and really appreciates everybody leaning in. And it's hard to talk to this room. I'm gonna get a cramp in my neck. But he apologized for not being able to be here, but you'll be hearing from him soon when things calm down in the system. Obviously, the last few days have been really extraordinary. I'll just leave it at that. I'll give you some information about what happened yesterday. We did hit our all-time peak at 52,061 megawatts. And the previous peak before that was in 2006 at 50,274. So about a 3.5% increase in peak load. We did go to EEA3. We declared EEA3 about 517. We did it in a coordinated way. We kind of knew where we were heading. We expected that we would be there about between 5 and 5:30, and about 5:17 we hit that point where maintaining reserves with our normal operating reserves was no longer possible, and at that point we had to arm firm load to maintain our reserves. Continued to ride through the solar ramp out, and continued to see the load it just kept on hanging in there. Every time we did some actions earlier in the day where we're at EA2, we got some of our demand response. It was effective, dropped the load, but then the load came right back up within about 30 minutes. And there was another tranche of emergency load relief program, I think at our EEA watch earlier in the day, and again dropped, and then it came back up. So when we saw that, we certainly were getting concerned that we needed the load to start to drop back off as we continue to manage our reserves with the armed load. So about 5:50, things progressed to the point where the California Office of Emergency Services, directed by the governor's office, issued an emergency alert. This is a very extraordinary thing. It's only been used 3 times through pager. Some of you who are in California got the and it was effective, quite effective actually. Within 15 minutes, it looked like the demand dropped about 2,000 megawatts over a 15-minute period, and that allowed us to manage the reserves till 8 p.m. when we were able to basically get off the arm load, get off our EEA3 within an hour. At 9 o'clock p.m., we were able to return and get off of EEA2. Very extraordinary set of days. Today is really quite similar at this point. We're forecasting 51,000 plus megawatts. We learned a lot from yesterday. Does not mean that we can have that alert go off every day. And we'd lose the effectiveness, frankly, if we did. So we'll see how things go this evening. It will be tight again. The resources, imports, all look pretty good. Obviously, resources do fall offline. They have issues. But going into that net peak, we were about 1,000 megawatts or so less than what we expected to have just due to normal outage conditions. So I think that's kind of the story at this point. I think it's very relevant, I guess, to the discussion that we're having today. One is, I guess this is the edge case. So if you want to know how the edge case worked, or how it's supposed to work theoretically, I think it worked actually pretty dang well through coordination, constant discussion, constant checking where we were at. Could it work better? Totally. And I think my perspective, and you know my perspective already, but I do feel EDAM provides a heightened level of coordination, management of uncertainty for these types of events, awareness of where everybody's at, and gives you some additional insulation as you go through and eat into your uncertainties and realize those uncertainties. So I think it's a relevant discussion, and I want to say I really appreciate, one, the consumers in California for stepping up when it was necessary, But two, just the level of coordination with you all and your operating groups. It was just a tremendous amount of effort, and I know operators were constantly on the phone with you all, both balancing areas in California, outside of California. I was on the phone, Elliot was on the phone. Just the level of communication. We played by our playbook. We have a very detailed playbook from 2020 events that we learned. I recommend, if you don't have one, put together a playbook for all the contingencies and all the things that you have in terms of in your toolbox, and know how you execute them and practice them. So that, I think, played out well. I guess that's all I have. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to stay. I'm going to be boogieing out of here about 3 o'clock. I got to go ride the ramp into the evening, but I wanted to come here. Sarah came here. I wanted to share the panel again on the RAP discussion. So I really might want to come out here and do that. So thank you. I don't think questions are probably necessary at this point. I'm sure there'll be questions and answers at some further point, but that's what happened yesterday and where we're at for today, the next couple days. I said no questions. Go ahead, Jan.
So we do have a microphone, just so everybody can hear on the phone, if you don't mind, Jan.
Apologize for the question mark, but it's been sort of burning in my mind. Can you tell us whether any scheduled exports were cut out of the ISO yesterday?
Yeah. So low priority exports were cut. I don't have the exact figures, but probably to the tune of 600 plus in hour ending 19, the critical hour, probably something around that in the hours around that. So yes, exports did cut. Our process of identifying those potential cuts played out in the residual unit commitment process as is designed. I think we identified more than that, a couple thousand, maybe 1,000 or so that were potentially cut. And we did see those cut. No cuts to wheel throughs, no cuts to high priority exports that we observed yesterday. I know people are asking questions. I think they're looking at incorrect data, but asking questions about the export situation. And our perspective is exports will happen from a system like this, even when you're under stress conditions. People have contract arrangements with resources. They have arrangements of contracts through wheel-throughs. We have to support those. And until we get to the point, at least on the high priority stuff, until we get to the point where we are shedding our load, we will be honoring those. And when we get to the point of shedding our load, we will attempt to do things on a proportional basis, sort of like what we're discussing in EDAM. So again, I think that concept of respecting those and honoring those is correct. Now, for the economic and low priority ones, those are susceptible and they are getting cut. And I've made people aware that if you're relying on those, especially during these stress conditions, you're at risk. And I have to be very clear about that.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for that good summary. All right, so we have Eric Eisman up here, and he's going to give us a WEIM Governance Review Committee update. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Eric. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Joanne. So yeah, I'm with PG&E, but today I'm representing the Governance Review Committee, going to give a quick update on governance. Next slide, please. So let me just give you a kind of a process overview, a timeline where we are. So, the GRC worked through 2020 and 2021, come up with a joint authority over the EIM, over the real-time market. And then last year, the board asked us to spend this year looking at governance over the day-ahead market, assuming EDAM moves forward. So with that in mind, we published a straw proposal in mid-July. We had a public meeting a few days after that where we described all elements of the proposal and took questions. We asked for stakeholder comments in writing. We had 24 sets of comments submitted on August 15th. Last week, we had a public meeting, virtual only, to discuss stakeholder comments, and we had a panel of a diverse group of stakeholders with many different interests talking about the different issues, especially delegation of authority. It was really helpful to the GRC, really insightful. Then we're going to be spending this month refining the proposal, taking into account the written comments and what we heard at the stakeholder meeting last week. And then fingers crossed, we'll have another revised proposal late next month. We haven't said it yet, but we'll almost certainly have a public meeting to discuss that. Maybe it'll be at the symposium. We haven't gotten that far yet, since that's second week of November. And then our plan is to issue the final proposal in December and have it before the board and the governing body at their meeting in December, where it would be considered at the same time as the EDAM market design proposal. Now, let me just say, and I'm not, Mark, don't throw a tomato at me. If the market design proposal is delayed for any reason, the governance proposal will wait as well. So both the governance and the design, the plan is to be presented to the governing body and the board at the same time, not separate. All right. Here on this next slide, you see kind of the main topics. The delegation of authority certainly gets the most attention. There's broad agreement that we will have joint authority over the day-ahead market with EDAM between the CAISO board and the EIM governing body. I think the question is, what does that mean? So right now, over the real-time market, it's an applies to test. So it's joint authority if any tariff change applies to the EIM entity as an EIM entity. So it's not if it impacts them just because, it's only if it applies to them as an EIM entity. So the comments we got back ranged from continue the applies to test for the day-ahead market, or make it impacts. Anything that could impact the EIM entities should then be joint authority. And then maybe one step further was comments that any changes to the tariff, to the real-time or day-ahead tariff, would be subject to joint authority with some limited identified exceptions. So we're probably going to have a little bit of a food fight about that amongst the GRC members and certainly among the stakeholders, so stay tuned. So that's kind of the main issue. We've got a lot of issues around stakeholder engagement, including the role of the Regional Issues Forum. I'll give them a plug. They have their next get-together the day before the symposium here in Sacramento on November 8th. With respect to the governing body, they've been 5 members since the governing body started. They're going to get a lot more responsibility with joint authority over the day-ahead market. So the question is, should they remain at 5 or should it be increased to 7? So that's it. We got some comments on that. I think there were more comments, keep it at 5, but there were some that said increase it to 7. Compensation. The compensation for the governing body members has not changed in many years. We have inflation, there's just time, there's more responsibility. So should their compensation be increased? My personal view is it should be evaluated. Some comparisons made to similar bodies around the country. So we'll see where that goes. With respect to when governance changes should take effect, and what that means, let me give you some examples. Do they take effect when the board and the governing body approve the changes, which could be as soon as December? Would it be when FERC approves it? Would it be when EDAM starts? Or would it be after a certain number of entities go into EDAM? So that's kind of the range right there, and we got comments supporting kind of all of that. So we'll have to go kind of eeny, meeny, miny, mo and figure out how to do that. There's also some potential changes to the Board of Governors bylaws, taking into account not just California, but the whole Western market. So the last slide has a list of the current GRC members. We've had some turnover during the course of the last 3 years. Our most recent newbie is Jeff Nelson, who's sitting here in the first row. Raise your hand higher than that. Nobody could see you. And I see Pam here. Raise your hand. I don't see anybody else. But you see the list here. So let me just say this. It's a very diverse group. We get along pretty well, but we don't agree much of the time. And that's probably a good thing. But feel free to contact any of us during the reception today. I'm very good at listening if I have a drink in my hand. So please approach me at the reception. I'm interested in your feedback. So Joanne, thanks for giving me the opportunity to give this update.
We do have a couple minutes if there's any questions. If you want to take some, if you're brave enough to take some questions.
Should be directed to Jeff. I gave the presentation. All right.
So for those of you virtually, obviously I think you know the drill. Please raise your hand, and Isabel is monitoring those people that have questions online. In the room, we do have some microphones, so just raise your hand, and we will get a microphone to you so everybody can hear your question. So anybody dare ask Eric a question? No? I guess not. George, you have a question? No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate the update.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much. All right. So I'd like to welcome Sarah Edmonds up and Mike Wilding.
Oh, sorry.
Mike Wilding and Rebecca Saxton for this wrap update.
While they're coming up, a couple corrections. So there was about 800 megawatts of exports that were cut in the hour ending 19 yesterday. And if I didn't say it, we did not shed load yesterday. Okay, it was armed load in EA3. We did not go to the shed load EA3. Just to be clear. And I think there is some confusion out there because the media outlets, I don't think, understand that EA3 is not shedding load. You could be arming load, and you could be sitting there for a while, but if you can't maintain your reserves, then you have to shed load. There's not that distinction, so there was some confusion yesterday.
All right. Good to be with all of you. I do agree this is going to be quite a swivel head turn exercise. We're so happy to be here, Rebecca and I, and happy to be joined by Mark and Mike. Our intention today is to kind of provide some viewpoints that we have from our vantage point at Western Power Pool about what it might look like for the Western Resource Adequacy Program to coexist alongside an extended day-ahead market. You've also, for many of you that are doing double duty these days in the region, have seen us at SPP Markets Plus talking about very similar things. The reason we do that is because our Western Resource Adequacy Program footprint, the one we have today and the one we hope to have in the future, is essentially west-wide outside of the state of California. And we are a nonprofit member organization. Our mission, our very existence, is to serve our member customers, and it's pretty clear to us, sitting where we sit, that there's a likelihood that we may have some members that want to go towards extended day-ahead market, and we have some that may be leaning towards SPP Markets Plus. But our job, and we're going to get into some of these details, is to talk about why RAP is important and why the direction of markets needs to exist alongside and be harmonious with RAP, because there's a lot at stake with RAP. It's a little too on the nose, quite frankly, to be here this week talking about these matters, but it really is a very critical issue for the region. We've made a lot of progress with RAP. We'll give a really brief update about where we're at. We've chosen to pull out those details about RAP that are not merely designed to bore you, but to really give you a sense of what are those details that might be the most relevant for talking about making these things work alongside each other. And in fact, Mike is here with some ideas. I would call them like early ideas about what it could look like. And we're really interested in that because, again, as a member-based organization, our mission is to make this work for our customers, whichever direction they want to go. But we're going to do that in a very eyes wide open approach, understanding all of the opportunities and all of the challenges with the different directions. So I'm going to turn it to, is that me? Do I do the next one? Okay. Okay, solving a problem. So what are we doing? This is not inventing a new wheel. For those of you in California, you're very familiar. But for the footprint outside of California, for the West as a region to take this approach it's very exciting, and it's never been done before. We're hoping to set up a forward showing program. Eventually, over time, and we'll talk about this, it becomes fully binding, where the promises that we make to each other when we commit as a region for our resource adequacy through forward showing show up all the way through the binding operational program, where we make these promises in a forward showing basis 7 months ahead of winter, 7 months ahead of summer, and then we operate in a consistent manner, and we essentially create an RA capacity pool with access to that pool, a very important and very critical benefit of being part of this special RAP group. Ultimately, our aim, our goal is to deliver benefits to our members. That comes in the form of the diversity that we get both when we plan together and have the opportunity to seize upon a potentially lower planning reserve margin because we're mixing the diversity of our loads, our resources, our transmission, but also to be able to actually operationally access that diversity when times are tough and the system is tight like it is right now.
So this is, we're very good with these yellow chevrons for those of you who have been following along. This is just kind of covering what we've been up to recently. And so we are in an implementation phase. We're implementing a non-binding version of the program, so kind of letting people try it out, get metrics. People are currently in the mode of looking at the metrics in draft form and then putting their own portfolios together to see would they pass a forward showing in the future. This is, of course, no penalties. So we started this current phase back in October. We have 26 participants on deck. It's about 65 to 67,000 megawatts of load, summer and winter, respectively. Maybe that's the other way around. So those folks turned in data to our program operator. SPP's working with us on that. I think the acronyms are at the bottom, but they're a little small. So program operator collected data in October and then has been working, putting out loss of load expectation studies and other metrics for folks to understand what their resources will count for capacity-wise. So that's in people's hands now. They're working on a non-binding version of a winter showing for this year's winter and then for next year's summer as well in the next couple of weeks. We're going to be working through that, and then on December 16th is our deadline for signing up for the next phase. So we're going to be working with our current participants and also with other folks interested in joining to get in their hands a memorandum of understanding and some conditional versions of our agreement that's currently filed with FERC. Across the bottom is sort of the timeline for that filing. And so we've had a draft out there in the world and just filed with FERC last week. So that is currently in a comment period through the end of the month. And we've asked FERC for an order by mid-December. So we are under best scenarios. Of course, we can't control what FERC does with it. But under best scenarios, we'd like to be operating under our full governance structure in January of next year. So we've also got a nominating committee looking at our newly independent board right now as well. So lots happening there in this transition to implement the program.
All right. We're going to get in a moment into some principles. The principles that Rebecca's going to talk about are principles that really have been developed by the staff, essentially me, Rebecca, and Ryan, who's not here with us today. It's our initial thoughts about how to approach this problem. So I've always found that principles is a great first step. Takes you up 50,000 feet so that you have some guiding lights and some direction, some north stars. So we're going to try those out on all of you today. We're still expecting to have more conversation with our participants in RAP about what these should look like. So by no means consider these finalized. These are just initial ideas. And honestly, many of them can be related to some of the detail that Mike's going to talk about. We're going to talk about that. But at a high level, we're looking for an RA program that is well designed. We believe, and we've been saying this for a long time, as have many of our participants, that it's foundational to reliable markets. We really do believe that it's part of the continued integration of the Western grid. That's why a West-wide RA program is so exciting, because there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of momentum to propel us to greater degrees of regional grid integration than we've ever been able to achieve before. We believe that we can do this in a way where the real-time market and day-ahead market can work alongside it. We're looking at these developments. As I said before, you'll see us in EDAM forums. You'll see us in Markets Plus forums. We have been very focused on getting the tariff filed at FERC, but I think our next focus with our own participants is to have more conversation about this concept of RAP interoperability with markets. RAP still is conceptual. It's a filing pending at FERC. There's a lot more that needs to be done. We still have to stand this up. As Rebecca noted, over a period of years, we're phasing into the fully binding part of this program when all the penalties and all the requirements are full on. Our focus is still there. We need to stand up RAP. It still really is a concept. As the years go on, we hope to prove the success and the value proposition of that. But we also realize that it's a super dynamic grid space right now, and we have to figure out a way for this to work in a way that still gets our members the value that they want to get out of RAP. If they choose one market or another, they should still get value out of RAP. That's really the fundamental value proposition we're trying to protect. So we're going to flip to these principles, and they're going to take a little unpacking. It's a bit busy, but we'll take some time here and maybe have a little discussion about what we're thinking with each of these, because it may not be clear.
Yeah, thanks. So I don't usually like to read you a slide, but I will read these basically. So the first one is participation in a day-ahead market shouldn't interfere with or preclude participation in the RAP. And so I think that's really what Sarah led with there. We want to make sure, and then the rest of these really unpack the idea of maintaining the value of being in the RAP. But we want these to be harmonious. We certainly don't want people to feel like they have to choose between them. We think you can choose both. The day-ahead market should respect the governance framework and decision-making of the RAP. Many of you have spent many years with us figuring out how that governance will work for the RAP, and we would like that must be maintained. So that was number 2. Number 3 is day-ahead markets should preserve the diversity and investment cost savings derived from participation in the RAP. So that's making sure if we have a set of requirements now filed in this tariff for how folks will go out and procure capacity 7 months in advance, and then how they'll share that in this operations program. We recognize that there's some integration with what we have right now as an operations program. This will be kind of the next slide, but there's some ways in which we think that this could be maybe better done by markets perhaps, but the investment savings and the ability to share that diversity is really essential for participants to get value out of the RAP. So figuring out how to harmonize those things is really important. And then 4 and 5 are sort of diving into that a little bit more. 4 is really focused on the fact that when folks do their forward showing with the RAP, they will show us that they have enough capacity to meet their P50 peak load and their PRM, and they have to show that they have that much firm capacity in their portfolio. We want to make sure that when it hits the operating day, that they can actually deliver that. They may not want to, for the record. They may want to economically dispatch that differently. But if we came to, say, a day like today or yesterday, and they really needed to get access to that capacity that they procured 7 months in advance, we want to make sure that they can, since otherwise we'd be hard-pressed to sell people on doing that forward procurement and meeting our requirements if they don't get to realize that in the day of. Then number 5 is sort of the diversity benefit piece, so making sure that our operations program, which of course we want to work with a market on, figuring out how this will work. That's kind of what Mike's going to get into. But we want to make sure that the diversity benefits we're relying on when we set the metrics in that forward showing can be actualized in the operational time horizon. So if we tell you this is the metric you need to meet, you're having a really bad day, we've told you you'll get help from your neighbors. We want to make sure that you actually can get that help from other RAP participants, that folks will be obligated. That's like if you are a market participant from non-market participants, there's all kind of like a matrix of market to non-market participants, but we want to make sure everyone who's participating in the RAP gets that diversity benefit. And then lastly, we'd like the day-ahead market to be an improvement. We want to make sure that it's striving to be an improvement upon the RAP operations program, which we recognize is sort of how we're thinking about sharing diversity in lieu of something more coordinated. So we do know there is a benefit to be realized there, and we would like to make sure that that's an improvement for reliability and efficient dispatch when those things are integrated. Anything to add there?
I would just say that it's been a long road that we've all been on with each other since about 2014. And I think we can sometimes forget what that pathway has been like. In energy imbalance market, all along the way, we spend so much time talking about resource sufficiency evaluations. That's been a fundamental piece of EIM design from day one. And quite frankly, I'll admit, when we first started it way back in 2012, I didn't really understand what all the fuss was about. But I really do now, because I think what we were trying to do with RSE was create an operational proxy for a reliability program that really didn't exist in the way that California market participants were used to and had integrated into their market operations. So thus was born the resource sufficiency evaluation, and it's essentially an operational stand-in. And I think the discussion and the challenge we have in front of us is, to what extent does that component need to recognize or have visibility to or understand the commitments and the value that an actual RA program is now bringing to the table? Times have changed. We've moved in the right direction in terms of resource adequacy outside of California, and we want to find a way for these requirements to add to reliability and not unduly subtract from efficiency and savings and the benefits of the promises that we're making to each other about what we're going to bring to the market. So that really, to me, is how I've understood this journey, that we've spent a ton of time on resource sufficiency, but here we are talking about something else, something maybe we wished we had when we were designing EIM in the first instance. But we're kind of now having to unpack that and see how we can make these things work together. And of course, an additional challenge that we have in this venue in particular is that there could be 2 RA programs coexisting alongside one another, and they're not mirror images of each other. There are some distinct differences. And so if we decide that there is an interoperability solution for EDAM, how do we assess those differences? Are they material seams that we should address? Is there room for addressing that potential difference in a new way of thinking about a resource sufficiency evaluation? So I think that's all that I would add to it. And now we're really going to bend your minds with this really complicated slide.
Okay, I'm not going to redo this slide. I'll tell you that much. So the figure here, the top in yellow, I just overlaid some things that seemed helpful for this conversation. You guys in the middle can't possibly see any of this, sorry. These things are too far away. But across the bottom is a figure. It's actually in our transmittal letter to FERC last week. It's a pretty high-level timeline of the operations program. So I just wanted to set the stage before Mike talks about some of the specifics that he's thinking of. And make sure we're all kind of on the same page with what the scope of our operations program is. And so this is during the season that's binding, it's a rolling assessment of of needs. So basically, you can access the pool if you are having an exceptionally difficult day. If we told you this is the amount of capacity you need and maybe you're having excessive outages or you're having really high load or something. So it's not an everyday thing. We hope this is a rather infrequent time that you actually need the operations program. But the program operator will be doing an assessment. It's a rolling 7-day assessment of these needs and giving those forecasts to all the participants. And so the real takeaway here across the bottom is we start this rolling assessment 7 days out. Within the 3 to 4 day range, and some of this will be continued, timelines will be figured out in our business practice conversations, but 3 to 4 day range, there may be an opportunity to get some of that released. So you know that you won't be obligated to provide your neighbors the entire capacity that we told you to have 7 months in advance. And then when it hits the operating day or the pre-scheduled day, we will tell you this is the amount you might be on the hook for. Now it could be anything you don't need to meet your own load that we told you to come into the 7 months in advance showing with, but it's likely not that much. Anything that we tell you you don't need, you get to release and you can mark it. The little asterisk at the top there is just to note that in that pre-scheduled day, we intend to have those calculations done prior to the markets running for a day-ahead market. So we would tell RAP participants, here's the max that we call it holdback. So this is the max amount that you might have to hold back to make sure that your neighbors are helped out in a time of need. Then we rerun that. Well, so it's an hourly obligation, so they'll know which hours they might need to hold back for in that operating day. Then when we hit the operating day, they'll rerun it, and you will know before T-minus 90 what your actual obligation is to deploy energy. So we realize that we have some more conversations to have as the market conversations evolve as well to make sure that we can execute these timelines and everything will match up. But our intent is to make sure that before that day-ahead market runs and then before the hourly imbalance markets run, that you understand your obligations to the RAP in a manner that facilitates your participation in those venues. Anything to add there?
I mean, it's complicated. I think the thing that we have to work through as a group is really drilling down on these timing pieces and identifying where maybe conceptual EDAM timing or the mechanics of the market is different than what we're doing, and we still have time to make adjustments. I mean, we have always committed in RAP to be nimble and to learn from what's happening in the region and to have a spirit of continuous improvement. So yes, the tariff is on file, but yes, markets are still a little ways away. We have some time, not a lot, but some. So I would say what we wanted to do here is to say to you, we're starting to think about this. We hope you will join us on this. What I had wanted to have, but just didn't have the time and the capacity is, a comparison timeline where we have all the RAP timing laid out, and then on top of that, all the market mechanics, RA timing laid out, and to really be able to see this in a visual way. So I think that's kind of an exciting opportunity and next step that this community could take advantage of.
Okay, and our last slide here is just the transition timeline. So just a very high level, this is what we're up to. We have non-binding forward-showing seasons underway now. So we're giving folks metrics. Those metrics are run based on the footprint that's currently participating. And so those metrics are out for winter of 22-23 and for summer 23. Once we get participation identified at the end of the year, we'll be running metrics for winter 23-24 and summer 24, so kind of get into that groove. And those participants who sign on in December will participate in some non-binding forward showings, at least 3 of them. We're also going to kick off a non-binding version of this operations program. It's something that involves a bit more data exchange and a bit more building of systems, and so we're going to be ready for that in summer of 23 to begin a trial. That'll give us a better understanding of how often the operations program is deployed or how much and how often people actually need to hold back capacity in case of a neighbor's need. So that is intended for next summer. Next summer will be more like trials and simulations, and then we'll hit winter 23-24 will be kind of like a running non-binding operations. And then we hit summer of 2025 is when we'll offer our first binding season. So that's the first opportunity for participants to be obligated to one another under threat of charge to deliver the diversity. So we will ask for sign-ons in December. We'll ask people what season they want to go binding, and they'll actually have a choice. We obviously will be heavily encouraging people to go binding in summer of 25 if they are able. That is, events like this week certainly indicate that it'd be great to be in this kind of system together. But we have also recognized that not all of our participants will be ready to be binding in summer of 25. And so folks that will need some more time will be able to choose one of those other 6 seasons to go binding. So they'll choose between summer of 25 and when we hit summer of 28, there will be no more non-binding option. All participants will be in the binding program starting summer of 28. We also are offering during those 3 transitionary seasons a couple of transition provisions. There's an appendix in these slides. This kind of goes into these transition provisions because they do get a little bit complex. But the takeaway is that there are ways in which if you're getting close and you would like your neighbors to be obligated to help you, if you opt to go binding, you can still have a couple points of flexibility if you're close to meeting the metrics, but not quite. So we wanted to keep that. We didn't want to undercut the reliability of the region by being too flexible there while still obligating people to show up to help each other and create a leaning problem. But we think we found the right combination of flexibility and also encouragement for folks to kind of jump in with both feet into that binding program. So summer 25.
I would just finish with maybe some higher level thoughts and some prompts or cues for Mike. So we have our principles, and we can always flip back to that slide if it's helpful. What we're really trying to get at with those is how do we make sure that these very important commitments that are there for reliability primarily, but also to ensure that we are delivering benefits, how can those be maintained, preserved, no matter what market choice? And that is, to me, at least 2 buckets of things, maybe more buckets. We love buckets, don't we? But I think one bucket is just technological solution sets. What are the technological solutions, the timing, lining up these differences that make it all work? That's one bucket, and that can be hard. And I think the transition slide of as we roll into this program, that's just a layer of complexity because we're not full in all, engines roaring right away. So there's a layer there, but that's still in that technological solutions bucket. There's another bucket, which is, as I said, we're bringing potentially 2 different RA programs together, blending them together in the operations timeframe, and it introduces questions about the parity or the equity of those different products. And I know Mike's going to address that in some of his thinking around solutions. He's aware of that, and I was just going to kind of say, make sure to point those out along the way because he's been very thoughtful about how to do this. I think the other thing that is aspirational and a hope is that, market engines are smart and they can see a lot of things. And we have come up with an operations program for RAP because we didn't want to wait around for a market to come to address RAP. We needed to make RAP work. We needed to find a way to share that diversity and get access to that pool. Our program is not a security-constrained economic dispatch for sharing that diversity. That would be an ideal, but that's not where we're at. But we do need to kind of do some problem solving in the in-between that maybe strikes a balance there. So that's what we have. And maybe I could pause and just see if, with respect to RAP, there are questions in the audience.
Again, those of you on the phone, you can raise your hand.
Jeff
and then we've
got
got some
one.
microphones. Shoshami over here, front. Watch the equipment. Thanks.
Jeff Nelson, SCE. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really like hearing more about RAP, and I hope you guys will be actively engaged as much as you can in this process where it fits. Could you talk a little more? You talked on it on the big graph, and I didn't quite understand on the timing of when people figure out if they're going to have I think you're calling it a holdback obligation, and when do they know they don't have a holdback obligation, and is that holdback a function of their 6-month showing capacity? Could you just talk one more time? It's kind of a new language to me. I'm trying to get it.
Yes, I can flip back. Yeah. So I will start with a little caveat. We published a timeline Mike knows this well. We published a timeline back in last summer's design document, and then we did make some changes where we actually want people to affirm that they want people to hold back for them, and our timeline doesn't account for that. So we've got this kind of hanging chad, if you will. We've got this action item to revisit the timeline and make sure that we can do everything we want to do, and it's not 3 in the morning. So the current expectation, there's a sharing calculation. It basically takes what we told you in the 7-month time horizon was what your VARs would produce at based on our ELCC, what your average outage rate, what your P50 peak load was. And so you show us that you have that much capacity, and then we just correct it with the sharing calculation for your actual experience. Wow. So that's happening throughout this operations program in a rolling calculation. So it starts being calculated 7 days out. It continues to be refined, but it may go up or down for those 7 days. It is hour by hour, yeah. And then when you hit that day ahead calculation, that's when it'll be on the pre-scheduled day, on the wet calendar pre-scheduled day. That's when we will tell people, and we intend that to be before a day ahead market runs, we'll tell people you have no obligation. It's a great day. No one in the region might need help from you. You can market anything you don't need. Or you have, a 50 megawatt responsibility to hold back for someone. And so that would happen in that pre-scheduled day. Then once that is set, we will continue, we'll refine it again on the operating day. That's again an hourly obligation. We'll refine it T-minus 90 on that, but we would intend that to be before an EIM runs, for instance. That's something we had talked about because we did have those timelines at that point. And that will only go down. So if we tell you in the pre-scheduled day that you might have 50 megawatts, we will not then suddenly tell you you have 60 megawatts. Yeah. we might tell you only have 40, and then you'd be able to take that 10 somewhere else. Yeah.
When people do their 6-month showing, do they do a single point showing?
Oh, yeah. Great question. The question is, the showing, is it a single point, an annual showing versus, so we have a monthly obligation. Their P50 and PRM will change month to month. And then the capacity contribution of each of their resources will also change. So the seasons are 2 seasons, a winter and summer. So we get a total of 9 months in there. And for each of those months, you need to sort of stack up enough resources to demonstrate. Those capacity contribution values, they are done on the monthly basis, but they take into account what we call capacity critical hours. We've done an analysis of which hours, it's not a set, it's a historical look, but looking at current variable energy resource integration and import capability and a number of other things, looking at what hours would have been critical and then assessing, depending upon the resource type, how each resource would contribute to those hours of need. Yeah. Good questions. Great questions. We have a whole tariff and a number of other things, but the 30-second version.
Other questions?
Rebecca.
Okay, over here.
You want to add to that?
Well, could I just, and part of the reason why we have that 7 rolling days, right, correct me if I'm wrong, is one, so entities can plan. They know what their obligation in RAP is or their ability to call on RAP. But also, if it's available to release that obligation before the day ahead, if the program can, correct?
Yeah, that's the green box here, is this idea of a multi-day ahead release where if, say, the program operator is seeing that it's just a really mild day across the entire region, we are quite sure we will not need this capacity. They might say, go forth. And the rolling, we don't have a sufficiency test, right? We're not checking back in. No one's doing another showing on the day of. You just are obligated to show up to deliver that amount of capacity. It doesn't have to be a specific resource. It just needs to be delivered. And so that will also hopefully give people the information to make their own decisions about how they may economically optimize their own portfolio. There's a question from Jeff.
Jeff? Yeah.
There we go. Jeff Spires with PowerX. First of all, I also just want to say thanks very much for the presentation. I think this is a really important conversation. It's probably one of the most important conversations we need to have as a region as we're looking at expanding markets. And I agree with a significant amount of what you were saying towards the beginning, Sarah, around a well-designed RA program is foundational to reliable markets. There's an opportunity for RAP to really further moving forward with markets. But I also do agree with the point in general that you're raising that, I think one of the key priorities here is that entities that are in the RAP program or looking at the RAP need to be confident that they're going to get the value out of that program. And it really comes down to both the planning and the operations in terms of diversity, getting those cost savings, getting that reliability benefit, and knowing that when times are tough, that supply is going to be there. And I think when it comes to EDAM, the reality is there will be different RA programs. Resource sufficiency is one of the key elements of the design, but it's not going to ensure that all the standards or all the entities are meeting the same RA standard. That's just not the reality, and I think we need to recognize that. So we need to focus on resource sufficiency as one of the key elements to the design. But I also think that the principles you laid out earlier, including a couple of them that really jumped out, number 4 and number 5 in particular, these are the types of questions that in our view, we need to have the details around. It's really coming down to, once you get to that day-ahead time frame, how do transactions, whether or not they're associated with forward showings and entities that are transacting to meet their forward showing obligations, or if it's related to the operational program and how to ensure that the priority of those holdbacks are maintained, those details are really important. And so I'd really encourage CAISO and the rest of the stakeholders to continue to have discussion around those, because those are the types of details I think, at least to date, we've been really struggling with, and we want to understand in detail how these things will fit together. So I really appreciate this, and I think it's the right thing to be talking about.
Thanks, Jeff. Good comment. So Shami, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Great. Russ Manifeld, BPA. So good discussion, and I think all of these problems are soluble and encouraged by the CAISO and Power Pool working together on these things. I think that for any of the day-ahead markets, one of the things to be, I think, cognizant of is not undoing some of the benefits for either of the programs. And so ultimately, I think if you have a holdback, you would want to be able to bid that into the market while still maintaining that reliability benefit of holding that capacity. I think a bad outcome for any of the day-ahead markets would be if the holdouts were mutually exclusive with submitting economic bids into the day-ahead market. I think that then you would end up undo the planning reserve margin and investment benefits. And so I think that's just one specific thing to look out for. And I think that's on both sides. I think it's for the market operator to find a way to accommodate that, which I think naturally would, but for the power pool and us as members to think about, like, what's the right way to facilitate all of us doing that and still maintaining the benefits, whether that's having like a capacity constraint to make sure that you're recommitting that capacity after it's optimized, or something along the lines of that gives the power pool members confidence and also works well with the market.
Thanks, Russell. Okay, I think we had a comment from Carrie. You want to go next?
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Thanks for this presentation. As the first I've sat through, I tried to read the tariff, but this helps a lot. I had a quick question on, and again, I apologize, I'm sure this isn't a tariff. Are there any penalties for failure for not showing up? It occurs to me that we have penalties in the EDAM, and I know Markets Plus has penalties, and I'm wondering how they interact and if you've considered that at all.
There are penalties for not showing up and for being, so in the operational time horizon, as well as for being insufficient in the forward showing. I would have to reference, it's something to the effect of, it escalates for each failure. It's something on the order of 10, 20, 50 times market. They're intended to be not experienced because we don't have a way to backfill And so they are intended to motivate folks to do the right thing and to show up, since the alternative is that your neighbor who is relying on you does not get served at all. We don't have any other way to backfill that capacity. Ryan is on the phone and is probably cringing that I estimated our multipliers, but
That's great to hear.
Thanks, Gary.
Do we have any questions on the phone, Isabella? If not, we'll go to
from Wenatchee.
Kathleen next. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Hi, can you hear? Okay, great. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Hi, guys. Thanks so much for this presentation. I was just curious if you feel like there's anything informative that we should be, that we maybe have learned from the MISO seasonal order that came out recently. I was thinking about like their RA hours, and we're talking about kind of, it's some of what you said hit me as similar. Not the auction part, obviously, but like the setting it up. And I was wondering if we should be looking at that as something that we should also kind of be getting familiar with, some guidance out of that, or if you've thought anything about that, that'd be helpful.
I'll give it a shot, Kathleen, and then Rebecca can clean up on aisle 5. But this is there's a challenge with RAP, and we've acknowledged it from day one, that a standalone RA program outside of an organized market is a first of its kind in that sense. And so because of that, it doesn't come with all of the additional bells, whistles, and mitigations that markets do. And so we have done our best to set up what we think is transparent and clear and economically motivating structures. That being said, we have a docket in front of us, and we have the MISO seasonal order, and it's a really dynamic space, I guess is how I'd summarize it. I don't know how FERC will dispose of our filing relative to those issues. I'm hoping that, like all of us, they will be in a really solutions-oriented mind frame so that we can make something happen out here. I would hate to find out that we can't do RAP because we don't have a market. That's not the goal that we're going for, obviously, but it's a really, I think, yes, you should look at all of that, but at the same time, we're unique, and you can't really compare it. It's not a total apples exercise. Do you want to add anything? I think that's what I've got for you now, but we'll know soon enough in the docket. Comment date September 30. FERC could issue additional inquiries or whatever they might do shortly thereafter. So I think the signals will be coming shortly. But we did take some time to unpack that in the transmittal letter. So if you're interested in digging deeper, skim through our letter to where we get to those pieces.
Yeah, no, I want to say thank you. I thought it was really helpful. Just wanted to see if you had any additional thoughts.
I think that order came out the day we filed, the day after we filed. So, yeah, like I said, dynamic space.
Okay, any other questions?
We do have a question over the phone.
All right, go ahead, Isabella.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Peter from LGM. This is not the only RA program that is standing outside of the organized market. At least 2 other RTOs are using PPAs for RA, and you can consider each PPA for each individual LSC as a kind of mini RA program. And those are SPP and MISO, who has residual market. And when you're talking about RA, nobody's talking about anything shorter than a month. And what you are talking about here is going up to day ahead. You're talking about some weird coordination between capacity markets and day ahead markets and governance and all kinds of things. And that's totally irrelevant how day ahead market works, even that there is centralized RA market. Because everybody comes in with capacity and bids up to what they can do. They can be part of some combined RA program like RAP, but that will help them determine what they can be and what they cannot be. As Rod said, what do you do about holdouts? It's very difficult to not keep holdout out and kind of keep it in the market and then decide if it's firm or not firm. So we really need to make sure what Spire said, that we are talking about resource sufficiency, and each BAA is coming into system resource sufficient to prevent leaning. How they ensure capacity can be through PPA, can be through RAP, and it's not different than how we deal with reserve sharing groups today. You can be in different reserve sharing groups, and you can be in the market. So RA program is important to be well designed, but not essential to have all the RA programs the same. It is essential that we have the same principles, the same requirements for resource sufficiency for every participant. Some of them may have higher requirements for capacity. It's up to them. It's up to each individual local regulatory authority. That's my feedback.
Thanks, Petter. Nice to hear your voice. All right. Any other questions on the chat? No. All right. Well, I think that was a very good presentation. Thank you, Sarah and Rebecca. I think Mark's going to make a couple of comments, and then we'll have Mike do his presentation.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Sarah and Rebecca. I don't have any presentation material, but I'll just speak briefly. First off, I'm very encouraged and hopeful and very respectful in terms of the work that the Western Power Pool has done on the Western Resource Adequacy Program. As a advocate of strong RA programs, and as a practitioner a little bit of seeing how RA programs evolve over time as systems change, conditions change, I think the reality is that all RA programs will evolve and probably evolve in a way that probably migrates to some commonality at the end of the day. But I don't think you have to be forced into that commonality. But as you get these different RA programs come together, there needs to be some common approach coming into the marketplace, day-ahead and real-time market. And I think that, to Jeff's point earlier, that is the role of kind of a resource efficiency evaluation. And I think regardless of what RA program or no RA program, I think people who are in a market, day-ahead market, want a strong resource efficiency to build that confidence level that it's a safe, efficient, reliable place to be marketing in that marketplace. So I believe, with that in mind, that there will be some areas of friction between programs. There's areas of friction between California RA program and the market, and we just have to recognize those and try to figure out how to smooth those out. And I like the term harmonize those, because at the end of the day, RA itself is intended to get value and reliability, build confidence kind of in the infrastructure contracting space. And yes, it has to kind of recognize when is the handoff to the operational space, and how do you do that smoothly. So I've been able to follow RAP. At times I've been brought in to share some ideas. At times I've been watching from afar, learning from what's developed. I don't profess to be a rapologist. So I think that's where Mike, I think, is really important in terms of his deeper analysis of how things could work, how things work in EDAM, how things could work in RAP. So I look forward to that discussion. But I will say that I do know how our market works. I do know how we're thinking about EDAM. And at least at the high level, I don't see any fundamental issues that create a impassable or irrevocable or irresolvable issue that can't be worked out. Probably have to think about some of those things more. Just in the last few days, as I was learning more about RAP, I realized that some of these, the holdback itself, and to Russ's point, it's like, well, you don't want to have a holdback that prevents you from bidding in and participating in the market. That may undermine the value of being in the marketplace. And we have some features that can actually help navigate that and allow people to trade some things, trade the responsibilities, and maybe there's an overlay of that holdback and the role of the imbalance reserve and meeting someone else's imbalance reserve. So I think there's things that can be addressed there. I'll just close with the idea that having different programs, we've been able to integrate WEIM with people who are in reserve sharing groups, and we've been able to work that out. And there's different reserve sharing groups, and some people who are not in reserve sharing groups. So I think we've demonstrated the capacity to work through those issues. I think we all have a common goal of efficiency, good market principles, and a good, efficient, day-ahead operational real-time market. So I think if we're all coming into it from that perspective, I think we can get to the right place and right answer about how things should be designed to ensure that. So that's my perspective, and I do really appreciate, Sarah, you coming here and Rebecca coming here. I know you're very busy. I know you've just done your tariff filing, so taking the time to come and have this discussion, because I know it's been on the mind of the people who have been interested in EDAM. It's important that we show that, one, we're working together, and that we're not at odds with each other in terms of the objective.
Thank you, Mark. We're excited to get into the details, quite frankly. And with that, I feel like we should turn to the mic.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I am the rapologist. I feel like I'm going to go home and tell my kids that I am the rapologist, and I'm going to get a massive eye roll, and teenagers are going to crawl under the table, and no, I really appreciate it. My intention today is to maybe to present how PacifiCorp is looking at RAP and EDAM. We've been participating in RAP. We are currently one of the participants. We strongly support RAP. We think that is beneficial for us, also beneficial for the region. So we are strong proponents and want to see RAP succeed. Also are strong proponents of organized markets, and we want to see EDAM succeed and move forward. So as we look at the two together, wanted to present just when I was asked briefly how PacifiCorp may be looking at it. I'll try not to repeat some of the statements that have already been made and some of the points that have already been made, and then kind of taking the RAP, how it's currently designed, and what we know of EDAM, maybe starting to put starting that conversation of how the two could work together. I admittedly did not go into the details that Mark was mentioning about how some of the tools in EDAM that could make it work, but have a couple of scenarios that I think we could walk through, and that each potential participant or entity that participates in both should be aware of and start thinking about how they can work together. So first I think I want to just point out that RAP is well designed for EDAM interoperability. It was designed with markets in mind. It was designed with the idea that there may potentially be an EDAM or any day-ahead market in the future, and with the existing EIM that was in place. And in fact, the RAP design document, when you look at it, it states that minimum coordination is required between RAP and EDAM and EIM. I think required is an important piece. I think the two can operate independently. As we have that greater coordination, I think greater benefits can be derived. But as currently designed, RAP can provide benefits to participants independent of that organized market, whether its participants participate in a single market, multiple day-ahead markets, or some RAP participants might not participate in any market. I think one big point that, as PacifiCorp looks at it, is that each entity that decides to participate in both RAP and EDAM is going to be responsible for managing their participation in both. And there's going to be requirements and different requirements. Even in the operations program, we'll walk through a couple of scenarios that everyone should be aware of and everyone will have to manage. And then just one thing, kind of last thing we're looking at, this kind of goes to the guiding principles that Sarah went over, which I 100% agree with. I thought they were great, and some of the comments that were made is, as we look at those benefits that we get from participating in RAP, those benefits shouldn't shift to non-RAP entities simply because they participate in the same market. And I think that goes directly to the RSC conversation that we've been having. And I would say that is that's a bidirectional principle in my opinion. If in any RA program, whether it's the California RA program, an independent RA program, should not shift the benefits to other market members just because you participate in the same market, which again is why the RSC I feel like is so important. So some of this I'll go through pretty quickly because I don't want to be duplicative, but I think Sarah hit on it before. RAP is a commitment and it provides benefits to the participants in the regions. In the forward showing, that commitment is that you'll demonstrate you have adequate capacity to meet your peak load based on established principles or established metrics for the footprint. And the benefit that we receive from that is more efficient planning and being able to leverage that diversity from the footprint. And then the day-ahead operations, you go into the day-ahead and into that operational program with the commitment already made that your excess capacity resulting from changes from your forward showing to what's going on in the day ahead is first obligated to RAP participants, and they can use that pooled capacity. And then your benefit is just the flip side of that. If you're a resource deficient entity because of changes from the forward showing, you can call on that pooled capacity. And so just, that's kind of 50,000 foot level what, the commitments and benefits of RAP are. But in my mind, it's just important to kind of level set that and keep that in mind as we go through this, and why it's so important to protect those benefits and why the RSC is really important, which brings us to the next point. Is the RSC acts as that universal adapter, can act as that universal adapter, because as we pointed out, there's going to be different RA programs for different participants. We have the California RA program, RAP, and then we also have some entities that might not have a formal RA program, but have independent RA requirements that they, impose upon themselves through planning policies and RA policies. And so that robust day-ahead RSC and EDAM, it really, in my mind, levels the playing field or should level the playing field to ensure that EDAM participants come to the day-ahead market resource sufficient and that we provide confidence in that EDAM market solution. So for me, I'm not going to opine necessarily on where I think that's at, but I think this is a decision point for each entity that may want to participate in both RAP and the EDAM, where each entity has to decide if the RSC is robust enough to provide that that market confidence and overcome the different RA requirements. And again, I go into that resource parity question. In EDAM and in this room, I absolutely agree that the conversation really should focus on the RSC, because that's what will bridge that gap or adapt the different RA programs. So if we decide that, yes, the RSC is sufficient enough that we're comfortable. Oh, I pushed the tree by fireworks button. Did something happen? There's like a fireworks button on this thing. I don't know. I did. I pressed it when the slide wasn't moving. Yeah. Fireworks shot off somewhere. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. Couldn't figure out why the slide wasn't going forward. So anyways, if we decide that the RSC is robust enough that we are comfortable being in a market with different RA requirements, how are we going to make it work? And specifically, how are we going to make RAP and EDAM work? And so this is where we can start to have some of that conversation. And we talked about what the operations program does and is designed to unlock that RA diversity benefit in the operational period. And I think Sarah pointed out, or Rebecca pointed out, the timeline really needs, to be firmed up. It's still an open issue in the RAP program of what we do with that operational period and the timeline there. And then once we have the results of the operational program, one way that we can handle that is we can self-schedule those and treat those as bilateral transactions, and then use that, and then we'll walk through a couple of scenarios of what that would look like and how that interacts with the RSC and that positive holdback or that excess capacity that is obligated to the program, how that would not be used for an entity to pass the RSC, or a negative holdback or an import from the RAP program could be used to pass the RSC. And then we'll look at how a couple different scenarios of that, we should all be aware of and kind of eyes wide open as we go into this. So, and before we get into the scenarios, I just want to touch a little bit on some of the questions. I think Rebecca covered a lot of this, but in the RAP program, the forward showing requirement, it's a monthly P50 load plus a seasonal PRM. That PRM is based on a 1 in 10 years loss of load expectation. And then really the second bullet, want to highlight that, but any capacity in excess of the forward showing requirement has no obligation to RAP. So if your P50 load plus your seasonal PRM is, 1,000 megawatts, and you have 1,200 megawatts of available capacity, that extra 200 megawatts is not obligated to the RAP program, and can be marketed or held or whatever you desire to do with that. But that forward showing requirement determines the baseline for your RAP commitment and continues on into the operational program in the day ahead. So the operational program, as Rebecca pointed out, has a sharing calculation. This sharing calculation or the sharing requirement is not an RSC. It's not something that you have to meet. It's an assessment of what's changed on your system or on that entity system from the forward showing, and then it determines either your obligation to the program if you are sufficient and you have excess capacity compared to your forward showing, then you have an obligation to deficient entities in the program. If you're deficient, it evaluates where you are and tells you how much you can call on the program for. So it's really that forward showing requirement minus your change in forced outages, your change in run-of-river performance, your VERS performance, minus your day-ahead load forecast, your change in contingency reserves, and your uncertainty requirement. And like I said, this can result in either having excess capacity obligated to the pool or being deficient and being able to call on the pool up to that forward showing, what you brought to the forward showing. And one other thing is if you are a deficient entity and you want to use that pooled capacity, that is opt-in. So it's not automatic. It's not an automatic transfer that's made or an optimized transfer. Even it's, I have 100 megawatts based on the sharing calculation that I can call in the pool. It's up to me to opt into that and say that I want it.
And it's not economic.
Yeah. And it is not an economic solution. So, and that would be shared amongst the sufficient entities in the pool. So I think I'll just jump into the first scenario and how I think this could work. And hopefully we can see this. I know there's a lot on this page. And you know, Sarah, I thought about making a graphic as well. My graphic designer was on PT, so to lay over the two, you know, timelines of RAP and the EDAM, but one day. Yeah. So looking here, first we have in this first box, so we got T minus 7 months. On here in this first box, I have our forward showing calculation. So peak load, 100 megawatts, planning reserve margin at 15%. So your forward showing requirement, 115 megawatts. Your portfolio qualifying capacity contribution, 115 megawatts. So this entity has zero excess capacity. So now we move into the day ahead before 10 a.m. This is our RAP sharing calculation. So your available day ahead RAP capacity, 115 megawatts. So that's really your forward showing requirement. And so you start off with your forward showing requirement, 115 megawatts. I should have made this bigger for myself. Really what I should have done. We didn't, in this scenario, we didn't make any changes to, you know, your VERS, your forced outages. Even this first scenario, your load comes in exactly what was expected in your P50 load, peak load, so your 100 megawatts. And the program operator is telling us for our day ahead uncertainty, we have 8 megawatts. So now our position is, our day ahead RAP position is we are 7 megawatts long. So 115 megawatts, no changes to our VERS, force outages, our load, minus the 100 megawatts of day ahead load, minus our day ahead uncertainty. So total day ahead 108. This gives us 7 megawatts of excess RAP capacity or RAP position. So that 7 megawatts is first obligated to the program, to RAP. So over here in, I have the holdback requirement, 7 megawatts. One way that we could handle this could be a self-schedule export to the deficient RAP participant. And also, you know, since this is obligated to a different entity and to different, into the RAP, that 7 megawatts can't be used to meet the RSC, the EDAM RSC. So now we look at the EDAM RSC, 10 a.m. You know, this is going to be our kind of simplest. None of the examples get really complex, but this one's the simplest. Our load's 100 megawatts. Our EDAM uncertainty is 8 megawatts. So we got the green box around there and the green box around our RAP uncertainty. They're both 8 megawatts. So no differences there. EDAM RSC requirements 108. Our available day ahead capacity after RAP also 108. That 7 megawatts of excess capacity gets scheduled to help the deficient RAP entities, and we pass our RSC. We self-schedule that export out of our BA for RAP. I'll stop there, see if there's any questions before I move on to the next one. Russ?
Yeah, just for the people on the phone.
Yeah.
Thanks, Russ.
Russ Van Pelt, BPA. Is the 7 megawatts energy at that point in time, or is that capacity? I forget.
Yeah, this is capacity. It's day ahead. In the RAP, and maybe that's one thing that I didn't mention. In the RAP, the energy doesn't get scheduled till T minus 90, and so yeah, at this point it's capacity.
Yeah, and that's where I wonder if there's an opportunity to get more benefit, where if you could model that 7 megawatts as sort of a capacity constraint instead of having it look like an energy, like a proper load obligation, you might be able to optimize the 7 megawatts might not be necessary, but that might be an area where you might be able to get some more benefit, something like that.
I think that's a good idea, Russ, and some of the Mark and I also talked about. But yeah, I agree with you there.
I think Jeff Nelson.
Jeff Nelson, SE. Mike, just so I can set the example straight, this person who you're looking at in this example, they are an EDAM participant.
Yeah, EDAM and RAP participant. That's right.
Yeah. And you're holding back and transferring to somebody. Is that somebody, are they also an EDAM participant, or are they a not EDAM participant, or does it not matter, or are there two different answers depending?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. And I think given the RAP footprint, I mean, this is maybe a different discussion, but the RAP footprint very well, I mean, it could be in 1 day ahead market, it could be in 2 day ahead markets, it could be in no day ahead market and everyone. So I don't think it matters. I think it just, you make that transfer with whoever you're paired up with as that deficient entity. And on the other side of that, if they are an EDAM, and that's kind of the next scenario, on the other side of that transfer, if they are an EDAM participant, I think they could use that import to pass the RSC.
So just on that, they both are EDAM sort of example of this. Do you still, because this was still your generation, I'm assuming you're like the starting point, let's just pretend it's you.
Yeah.
Are you submitting energy bids for the full capacity at this stage? Because we do have a market that's going to optimize it. And I think you're right. The other person gets to count it in their RRC. You don't. That's fine. But are you still bidding the whole unit in the market?
No, I don't think you can. And I'm open to discussion on that one. But I think there's some, products like the ABC up that you could use to hold that capacity back from the market, but you've obligated that to the RAP.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, because I'm not quite sure what obligating the energy to the RAP means. What does that mean?
You have to deliver that. So you've committed, just like if you might have made an off-system sell. I think there's some opportunity for that capacity maybe to get optimized to supply that export. But so maybe I'm moving towards where you're going, but you've made an obligation, just like you've entered into a sell that, I will supply that energy.
Okay, because the EDAM would allow you to self-schedule energy to a different participant, or like I said,
right?
RAP doesn't have a market. Kind of now you do, right? You've got the commitment. You're doing the transfer of obligation.
So I think it goes to what Russ was saying. I think maybe we're saying the same thing, right? You self-schedule that export, you bid in the capacity, and that self-scheduled export will.
Oh, we can talk. We can talk more. But thank you for clarifying how many moving pieces there are in different folks. Thank you.
Okay,
I think I was next.
Then we'll go to the phones. So Kathleen.
Thank you. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and maybe I actually had my placard raised to note that I think that your phrasing here of cannot be used in the EDAM RSC might be refined a little bit, and I think I hear you getting to why. So let me help connect the dots between the two of you. I think you're both right. You're both right. This is why we've been spending so much time talking about how we're modeling the exports and the injections and withdrawals in each area for the test, right? So I think we have always been thinking about it from the perspective that you would have a resource within that BAA that may have an obligation to serve in other area. And to Jeff's question, it kind of does get into, is that participant, the RAP participant that's deficient outside of the footprint or inside the footprint? It does matter, but it's something that the CAISO's market design, once it'll make sense. It's a modeled, so it's important that it will be in that area, right? So it is important that that resource that will be modeled within the BAA, that you submit that export, and that is modeled as in a withdrawal from the BAA, so that, to your point, Mike, in your words, it cannot be used to meet your obligation, but it's through modeling that withdrawal. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, and you're right. I changed this wording lots of times, try to keep it simple, but I think you're right. Yeah.
And I think it flows fairly seamlessly and gets to what Jeff was trying to identify, is that if it's a BRAP participant inside the EDAM, then it would be modeled as an injection into that BAA because of that import, self-scheduled import. And if it's outside, it won't be a part of the footprint, so it's just going to be reflected as a transfer on that tie line out.
Yeah.
But it should flow, and I think it achieves what you're saying. So I did want to highlight, I think it is in the RSC, but it's a withdrawal from the area.
Right, which would then increase your RSC obligation. Yeah.
Yeah, and Mike, and thanks for, thinking more about that. And that's where I think the definitions would be handy for on both sides. So in the case where both were part of EDAM and both had to meet an RSC, I think colloquially we would tend to think that the holdback requirement is meaning uncertainty and so would count for RSC, but I don't think they're necessarily the same thing. And so I think there's a question of if there is an EDAM entity on the receiving side of that, should they get credit for that capacity, as flexible capacity for meeting their RSC? I think there may be an argument that that's fair. And or irrespective of whether they are an EDAM entity, it may be that if you want to bid that 7 megawatts, maybe that would be added to your flex or uncertainty requirement. And so it is part of your RSC, but it would be incremental to your RSC outside of RAP would be maybe another possibility. And you're doing a great job, Mike, with these examples. Just put them in.
All right. I know you have a couple more slides too, scenarios to go through, Mike.
Yeah, we got 4.
We got a couple questions on the phone.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go to those real quick.
Let's go to Petter.
Petter, go ahead.
Hey, Joanne. I think RAP is very, very important program, and I don't want my comments to be understood that I don't consider a very important program. But like any other program, it will be successful if it is focused on solving the right problem. Every market today in US has a phase where there is a hands-off or capacity to market. And it's happening at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. And it's happening through offering energy bids for capacity that you have. And that's why RAP has to stop there. Once you start mixing with what's happening after hands-off, you have a problem. And if you look into your principles of coordination, many of those principles are not necessary if that hands-off is properly done. So RAP, as an important program, better focus on solving the problem. Like, for example, my limited understanding is that you're using traditional approach of peak load 1 hour per month. And that's completely inappropriate to the situation we have in the system where fleet is changing at least 3-4 times a day. And RA program has to respect that on the segment of the day, not at the peak hour of 1 month. So if RAP evolves in that direction and helps everybody be, resource capacity adequate for multiple parts of the day when fleet is changing because solar is going down, gas is coming up overnight, and so on and so forth, RAP will be even more successful. Now, if you focus on, mixing RAP with day-ahead operation and, respecting framework and policy and governance and so on and so forth, that's unnecessarily complicating and doing this favor to an excellent idea that is really necessary in the West. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Petter. Mike?
I would maybe just respond to that. And I don't know, Sarah, Rebecca, if you want to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. I think I hear what you're saying, Peter. I disagree that I would agree with you if we were all in the same market, all using the same RA program. I think because we are in different RA programs, and then we have, within the market, we have different RA programs, and then within the RAP footprint, there might be different markets or non-markets. I think the operations program and these principles are very important. You want to?
I guess I would say that just given the challenge of designing an RE program standalone, certainly we understand that there would normally be this handoff, but as good of a sales job as we'd like to do on the idea of reliability and the RAP, without the ability to realize the diversity benefit in the operations time horizon, I think we would be hard pressed to get folks to sign up for a reliability program to which they can't realize those diversity benefits. So that is why that interaction is important, and certainly we want to realize the optimization and the efficiencies that a market could bring beyond the operations program that we currently have, that we recognize is limited for the reason that we weren't trying to design an entire market. But that's where making sure that diversity benefit, which is really the backbone of why one would opt to join a voluntary RA program, is preserved as the integration with a day-ahead market happens. So that's why we're in the conversation to begin with, is to make sure that the benefit, the objective of joining the program to begin with, is preserved.
All right, so let's go to the next caller.
Tom, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom. Is he unmuted?
Unmuted. Am I unmuted now?
There you go. We can hear you.
All right. This is Tong Wu from WAPA. I have some clarification questions. For forward showing, you have peak load. Is this annual peak load or monthly peak load or daily peak load? What load is this?
It's your monthly P50 peak load, 1 and 2 peak, on a monthly basis.
Okay, this is a monthly peak load. And in the second box there, you have a day ahead load. Is this hourly load or peak load?
It's hourly load at that point.
Yeah, so this would be like a single hour.
Yeah, okay. And so we'll be doing this on an hour, by the hour, 24 hours. So this rolling 7-day look ahead and then locking it down in the day ahead.
Okay. So in your example, you're comparing the monthly peak load and a day in the month that happens to be the peak load day. Is that what you're trying to show?
No, go ahead.
We're basically taking that monthly load, which is just a proxy, right, for creation of an RA program, and we're just correcting it for the actual conditions being experienced in any given hour. So we're saying, based on our metrics and modeling for the reliability metric setting and that forward showing, we told you to show up with 115 megawatts of capacity, and it looks like on this given day, we'd suggest you just have 108 for this hour, and therefore you had 7 excess that you might need to share with your neighbor. So I don't know, in my head I call it a correction, if you will, to that, because we're making that monthly assessment applicable to a specific hour that has real conditions.
Yeah, for that particular hour, I see day ahead load is 100. So that means for this hour, the load forecast 1 day in advance is 100. Is that the assumption?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So that means you are assuming for that hour happened to be the monthly peak load days load.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So that's the worst hour in the month. It happens to be 2 during the day, right? So what if this hour is a different hour and the load is significantly less? would the day-ahead wrap position still be calculated the same way? Instead of 7, could it be 27?
Absolutely. And I think we go on to some of the other scenarios, you'll see that the change in load can absolutely change your wrap position and what could potentially be required to share or what you could call on the capacity pool for.
Okay.
So I think one last question, and then we'll be able to go to other scenarios. So Laura?
Laura Trelease at the Energy Authority. Thanks for putting this together, Mike. And I had a question on the wrap and the self-scheduling. I think when we were talking about the wrap operational program earlier, when do the parties, is it when the energy is deployed at T-minus 90 that there's a payment to the party that had the holdback? Is that when the payment happens? I'm wondering because if it's self-scheduled in the day ahead, and let's say that the receiving party at T-minus 90, for whatever reason, doesn't need it anymore, then what happens to that self-schedule? It almost seems like at that point, they're sort of making the decision day ahead that they're taking it. Is that correct?
So they do have to confirm, and when you're basically told, look, you could be deficient tomorrow. Do you want your neighbors to hold back for you? And they have to say yes. As Mike alluded to earlier, this is not ever intended to be economic. So there is a make-whole payment and a number of other things that if you wouldn't be doing that probably if you had a market that you were confident was going to have depth, and you could go there instead. But that does mean if you affirm that you want someone to hold back for you you don't schedule it until that T-minus 90 and you actually need it. But the payment, the settlement for it does include a make whole for the lost opportunity and the day ahead. So it's actually equivalent to a 16-hour block. So if we told you you had to hold back for just 1 hour, however many megawatts, you have ruined your nice, clean 16-hour block. And so the make whole, which would in that 1 hour situation may well drive the settlement price, is like the higher of, if you will. So you would get that full 16-hour block in, again, there's a whole tariff, and I am not the one to speak to it. But
So, no, this is helpful. So then if you do end up deploying the energy, and so then there's potentially additional payment for that, or that's just, you pay for that holdback no matter what, whether or not you deploy at T-minus 90?
You pay for whichever is greater. So there would be a make whole if the cost of energy was dramatically lower for either you didn't deploy it, you didn't need it at all, or the energy was. There is an adjustment for if you were told to hold back 50 megawatts and you only had to deploy 30 megawatts. We assume that you were able, because of this timing, that you can remarket that 20, so you don't get paid twice for that 20. But if you were told to, not sell any of it. We've kind of thought through, it's rather complicated, frankly, but we have tried to think through how to make sure that folks are this is not an economic option for someone. They actually do need the capacity, and that folks are really encouraged to go to the bilateral or day-ahead market for this if they think they can do that instead. But at the same time, that it's not punitive, because we want to make sure people can still be supported.
And it's not a free option if you have a need in the day ahead to reserve that capacity and not take the energy in real time.
So that's really helpful. So maybe then the scenario to think about is in real time at T-minus 90, let's say the participant doesn't need it, and so they don't want to buy it, and the risk is that real time price is higher than what they paid for that holdback requirement. So how can they, if it's self-scheduled, how can they make that decision that they don't want the energy deployed in real time?
I think, I'm somewhere in the middle here. You may have to fill in, but the idea would be that.
And I'm talking specifically for EDAM, maybe, like, since this would be self-scheduled in the market in the day ahead. Then
I guess the question is whether would be.
Can they just decide, hey, like, I don't want this energy to be deployed to me, but yet it's
I think our expectation has always been that the energy would not be deployed until after T-90, but this is from earlier conversations before we were talking about integration with EDAM.
Right, yeah.
So.
No, I think it's a good question. I think that's something that we need to, I mean, we probably have a list of questions, a list of things that we need to coordinate on, RAP and EDAM.
There's more documentation.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and it's not so much actually a RAP question, it's an EDAM question.
Right.
I'm trying to understand like what the EDAM mechanisms are if you self-schedule something in the day-ahead market.
And that's why I'm looking.
Maybe I was more asking the CAISO
Yeah.
if that's an option. And then that would be a scenario, I guess, when the receiving party is not part of EDAM. And then if the receiving party is part of EDAM, if the self-schedule is needed to meet their RSE, then they need to make that available to the market. So it seems like they would make that decision at that point that they need that and they need the energy deployed in real time. But if, let's say that the EDAM RSE requirement is less than, maybe they can meet the EDAM RSE requirement with their own resources, but they're still shown to be deficient as part of the RAP. So they don't need it for EDAM RSE, then you kind of maybe run into the same issue where if this party doesn't need it to be deployed, but it's self-scheduled, how do they, so there's just some scenarios that you kind of, the branches can flow off different directions, but that's the main question probably to think about is what if the party doesn't end up wanting the energy deployed, how do we work through that?
Yeah, how do you capture the change, or maybe not how do you capture the actual energy deployment compared to the holdback in EIM versus what was scheduled in EDAM?
This is Anna McKenna. First of all, I'm not Mark Rothleader. I'm sitting in his spot, but he had to leave, so just in case you guys weren't watching when it happened. But I just wanted to respond to Laura's question a little bit. I think at a high level, we haven't actually, like we said at the beginning of this discussion, those details are still going to have to be penned in and merely penciled for now and then continue to hone in on how the mechanics work. But at a high level, I think there is the ability to, and that's what we're looking at, is through the self-scheduling of the resources to actually manage those requirements. So we're going to write that question down in terms of the details of that and take it back to, and future discussions to make sure we're able to walk through those mechanics a little bit more clearly. We're still learning some of those RAP details ourselves, and so that's one of the things that we need to do more work on.
All right, so I think we'll go to the next couple of scenarios because I know we need to get through those, and we'll chew into the break a little bit. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay, we'll try to get through these. I mean, the same questions that we've already asked are going to apply to all of these, but we can ask the same questions again. That's fine. But so this one is we're going to pass the RSE in every single one of these examples, but the forward showing, the forward showing, same thing, 115 megawatts. Our portfolio is 115 megawatts. But when we get to the day ahead, our load is actually 125 megawatts. So, loads are coming in higher than anticipated, higher than our P50 peak load and through our planning reserve margin. Our day ahead uncertainty is, I think that's an 8, still 8. And so our RAP position is actually negative 18. I really should have made this bigger for my own benefit. Negative 18. So now we're going to have a requested holdback. We're going to import from our RAP neighbors, and we'll use that to pass the RSE. So in the EDAM RSE, sorry, and before we go there, so 120. So we see our available day-ahead capacity after RAP is 133 megawatts. So it's our resources of 115 megawatts plus the 18 megawatt import from RAP. So now we go 10 a.m. day-ahead EDAM RSE, 125 megawatts. EDAM uncertainty is 8 megawatts. So our EDAM RSE is 133 megawatts, which equals our capacity that we have using the RAP import. We pass the RSE, that import's self-scheduled. If it's coming from another EDAM entity or perhaps a non-participating EDAM entity, we talked about some of the ways we could handle that. So again, this is fairly neat example. The uncertainty requirement in both RAP and EDAM are the same. We have this import. We have exactly what we need in the RSE.
Jeff Nelson, SE. So you've asked for 18 from the pool.
Yep.
Let's assume the pool has it to give.
Yeah. Yes.
Say there's a lot of people in the pool and they all got a little to give, but together it's 18. Who gets picked out of the pool? Who gets dubbed? You've got to give it. And then in an EDAM framework, if you're going to show some sort of remote capacity, you got to have bucket one transmission.
Yep.
Right? So does a person have to give you the capacity and give you the transmission as part of the deal? How does that work? Who gets picked out of the pool?
Yeah.
And what comes along with it once you got it?
Okay.
The simpler answer is in the Northwest. We have two regions, two sub-regions. In the Northwest, everyone has reasonably good access to the Mid-Sea hub area. So it's something we can't quite replicate in the desert Southwest, certainly. But in the Northwest, that group of utilities we would look at, what their positive sharing allocation was. So from the last example, for example, we'd take all of those and pro rata, they would just split that responsibility to meet the negative 18. They would then each send their share of it. It would be in whole megawatts, but that's clear. And that would just go to the Mid-Sea. So they're responsible for delivering to Mid-Sea on firm or conditional firm transmission, and then you, as the needy participant, would pick up from there. It's your responsibility to get it home. In the desert Southwest, it's a little more complicated insofar as there wasn't one centralized hub that was, it's not even just desert Southwest, it's east, so Montana down into the desert Southwest. And those folks are sort of in a nearest neighbor. It actually looks a lot like the EAM, which is sort of the inspiration for that. So they're telling us where they can pick up and drop off in a more dynamic way. And then we do sort of like clustering and trying to optimize in a very light optimization way for that transmission use.
I may have missed a nuance here because if all 18, let's say this person that's getting the 18 is in the Pacific Northwest and it's a Mid-Sea pickup point, is it only other people in the Pacific Northwest that get their pro rata of the 18, or is Las Vegas,
There is going to be some connectivity between the two subregions. It's probably likely that a lot of it would still come from your own region. We'll have some limited transmission capability between the two subregions. And so we would also use that.
I'm just asking these questions to mentally see that, okay, if you've got 1 megawatt from 18 different balancing authorities, and half of them are in EDAM and half of them are out, are the 9 that are in having transmission paths that you're able to show as bucket one?
If you're in the Northwest, you would still be picking up at Mid-Sea, but we would be able to have some of the folks from the other subregion delivering to, in the example you've given, to the Mid-Sea. Entities can also, totally allowable, figure out how to do this not at Mid-Sea. So if you are just neighbors and you would like to do something else, you can bilaterally set up to do that, or could theoretically, I assume, do something in a market alternatively. We are not concerned about where it happens, but if it doesn't happen, then your responsibility would have been at Mid-Sea.
Okay, so I'm taking that again from the EDAM perspective, that you get capacity and transmission from EDAM entities, and you should be able to just tell the ISO, here it is, count it in my RSE test.
And can I maybe even?
Yeah.
So I think that last point was really important. So the RAP participant that's deficient requests and says, I want all 18 of those megawatts, then the program operator will say, got it, these are your people, these are your counterparties that are going to deliver. And we've already agreed in the Northwest that we'll drop off and pick up at Mid-C unless other arrangements are made. And then Southwest is a little bit more complicated. But once I have that list of counterparties of who's going to provide it, it might be my neighbor, and I might say, hey, we don't need to go to Mid-C. Can you just deliver them here? And that works.
Great. But you'll have the information you need to tell EDAM.
Yep.
I'll know. In my RSE.
Yeah.
Here's the source. Here's the law.
Exactly. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to take questions, Mike, or keep going and then get to questions?
I can take a question.
Take a question. Okay. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Hi. Great. Thanks. This is really helpful conversation. So thank you. I have a question for you, Mike. So I'm trying to take this example and think about it as you might go through your steps on the day ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You have this wrap option, if I can.
Yeah.
Opt-in, I think it was the word you used, but you have an opt-in, and you would also, let's say you're in the EDAM, let's just have an option to participate in the EDAM, and there's a couple different tools and I think functionality we've been talking about in the EDAM as well as within the EIM. And so as you were talking, I'm thinking about how we've made these recent changes to allow for emergency assistance transfers in the real time if it's needed between the BAAs. And there's, kind of a similar concept in what we talked about in EDAM, of being able to fail but cure that. Those are decisions you'd have to make a little bit later than 10 a.m. And then there's some that maybe before. So I'm trying to sync up the wrap decision making time. I'm sorry if that was the infographic, but with these functionalities.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. And then I'll throw another thing on top of it is bilateral trading as well, right? So in day ahead, I think the initial timeline sharing calculation is done like 5 a.m. And by 5:30 a.m., you know whether you have an obligation to wrap or a potential, obligation, or if you have the ability to call on the pool. Now, when that opt-in actually happens, that still needs to be firmed up. Before, when it wasn't an opt-in, it was going to happen at 5:30, but now that it's an opt-in, we're kind of in wrap, and Rebecca, you can jump in anytime if you want, but in wrap, we're working through that because of the bilateral market on top of that as well. When is the right time to make someone opt in? You want sellers in the bilateral market. So, there's that dynamic as well. And then on top of that, you have EDAM. So more to come on that. I think that would be very helpful once we have some of those details and as we move forward to just really layer on top of each other, and create that graphic that, both Sarah and I, thought about, but didn't create. So.
Well, and I think you're kind of hitting on the reason why the graphic doesn't exist is because it's kind of complicated. Yeah. When it comes to the opt-in, the two sides of that will be, in order to know if you want to opt in, you will want to know if someone will sell to you or not. And if you are on the potential having to hold back side, you're going to want to know if you can sell, right? This is just we've created this real push and pull, and so we're going to have the idea of a potential seller wants with certainty some knowledge of whether they can sell, while simultaneously the person who is deciding whether or not they need to use the non-economic option wants to know if they're a seller. So anyway, we've created a do loop. There's a catch-22 here, and we'll have to figure out how to overlay that on the timeline. But it is a conversation the participants will have to have that we haven't had yet. All of our timelines were relegated to business practice discussions for good reason.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm a little confused about how the EDAM functionality to access emergency assistance from other BAs within EDAM interplays or maybe even conflicts with wrap. And it'd be very helpful if you guys could identify what you would need prior to the day ahead, after day ahead, going into real time to feel confident in your program, so we can factor that in.
I think that's certainly an action on our list of high priority things. I think if we can, even without time, set some expectations for what order these things happen. That would help inform the conversation.
All right. I think, Petter, did you have a question? Petter, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a comment. There is already a mechanism in EDAM to support this. It's called bid range trading. So whoever is transferring capacity, it just needs to make interface from RAP to bid range trading and say this amount of megawatts from this resource is going to that BAA. So there's already a mechanism in place to hook that capacity transfer into EDAM.
So Petter already solved it for us. Thank you.
Well, we talk about that a lot, and it's kind of trivial solution.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Petter.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Yeah, Jeff.
Thanks, Mike. Jeff Spires of PowerX. I just wanted to say, first of all, I appreciate you going into this level of detail on this, because I think this is the type of discussion we need, and we can tell from the questions that there's a lot of detail that needs to be really thoughtfully considered. But just hearing the questions and thinking about what Laura said earlier and what some of Kathleen's comments were as well, I just wanted to kind of reemphasize what I said before, which is the resource sufficiency element of how do you capture those obligations is really important, and this type of example is the right way to think through how do you adequately capture those obligations in terms of RAP commitments that entities have into the resource sufficiency test in the right way. But I really do think it goes beyond that, as Kathleen was just kind of alluding to. There will be, set aside the operational program. There's going to be bilateral transactions that people have made, forward contracts where they are entering into those contracts in order to meet the forward showing 6-7 months ahead of time. One of the questions is those forward commitments that are made before day ahead, how are they communicated to the market? How is the transmission priority associated with those deliveries respected by the optimization? Once we get into the operational program, I think Laura's question is a good one. How do you make sure that to the extent you've committed supply, but it doesn't need to be deployed until real time, how do you make sure that the transmission is still available and that the priority of that is considered? And then, another broad category that I think we'll touch on tomorrow is the prioritization of supply. Just at a high level, if EDAM exports and loads are treated equally, what does that mean in terms of the RAP program? Does that make it potentially more difficult for someone to meet their RAP obligation under that paradigm or not? Those are the types of things we need to get into. So this is a great start, but I just really wanted to emphasize that I think we need to walk through every step of the way, because like you said to Petter, it's not as simple as just handing it over to the market when we don't have a common RA program. We really have to think through those details. So very much appreciate this, but I think we have more discussion we need to have. So
yeah, no, thanks, Jeff. Absolutely. Agree. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. So this one, we'll go through. You'll maybe see where I talk about one of the ways that PacifiCorp is looking at this is that if you're going to participate, or if any entity is going to participate in both RAP and EDAM, there are things that you'll have to manage in that participation. So same scenario, forward showing, except this time our portfolio QCC is 125 megawatts. So we have that excess capacity of 10 megawatts. And again, that's not committed to the RAP. That can be marketed, that can be held or reserved, whatever the entity chooses to do. So going to the forward showing, the sharing calculation, apologize. And same scenarios, the first one, 7 megawatts of, after our day ahead RAP position, so 7 megawatts difference between what was assumed in the forward showing, that correction that Rebecca is referring to, and now you have 7 megawatts of holdback requested to help deficient entities in the RAP. And so now you have your day-ahead wrap capacity after wrap at 108. And remember that excess 10 megawatts isn't in that that sharing calculation. So now we move to the EDAM RSC. This time the EDAM uncertainty requirement is not the same as the wrap uncertainty requirement. We had two programs, a market, a resource adequacy program. Those might not be the same, probably won't be the same. And so now our EDAM RSC requirement is 110, but we only have that 108 megawatts from the wrap program. And so now we can use our excess capacity, that 10 megawatts, to fill in that extra need for the EDAM RSC, and we pass the EDAM RSC. So really what I wanted to point out here is that it's possible to have two different uncertainty requirements, and that could cause, in this example, without that excess capacity, it could cause that entity to have an obligation to deficient entities in the wrap and also not have enough to pass the EDAM RSC without that excess capacity. In this case, you have that excess capacity to pass. The other thing is that excess capacity, we could replace that with a bilateral transaction, a Schedule C transaction that we made in the market. So the point is you could go different directions here in your sharing calculation and your EDAM RSC. And so the next scenario kind of points out that exact same thing, but the other direction. So this time we have no excess capacity. We're 115 megawatts. Our load's back up to 125. Our wrap position is negative 18. So we call on the wrap for that 18 megawatts. And so we have that 133 megawatts that we can take with us to the RSC with our own resources plus wrap. Now we have, again, different uncertainty requirements in EDAM and in wrap, 10 megawatts versus 8. And now, even with that import, we don't have enough to pass the EDAM RSC, that wrap import. So we go to the bilateral market, we purchase 5 megawatts, and now we can pass the EDAM RSC. So that's why I also point out that when we have those timelines, the wrap timeline, the EDAM timeline, you also have bilateral trading, kind of layered in there as well. Those are all my scenarios to at least get the conversation started. So I agree. The RSC is very important. So we'll just, maybe in summary, RSC, every entity has to decide for itself if the RSC is robust enough that it provides parity of resources, that we can be confident in the market solution. I think the wrap operations program and EDAM are operationally compatible. I think there's some things that we can work on to gain some efficiencies there and some open questions. Obviously, the timeline in wrap needs to be firmed up. And that's really it. So I appreciate it. Happy to answer any questions.
I think
trying to get us a break.
I think if you've got any questions for the rapologist, maybe we do it at the networking event. So right now, I just want to really thank Sarah and Rebecca and Mike for being with us.
Yeah,
I think
they're
it's
the
a great,
true rapologists.
Great conversation.
I'm just
Great conversation, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward with the program.
Yeah.
So round of applause. Thank
Lots
you.
of questions.
All right, so now we're going to take a break. So let's be back here at 3:30, so a 15-minute break. And there's snacks, I believe, just outside the door on the left, refreshments. And again, restrooms are to the left down the hall. right, I think we're ready to get started again. If I can get everybody's attention. Now we have the EDAM-ologists featured on this next panel. Exactly. All right, so I think many of you participated in our last stakeholder meeting where we covered the revised straw proposal. And so we're now going to start to go back through, and I think Milosh is going to give us a little bit of a recap of that meeting so that we can kind of kick back into gear and get through the rest of the revised straw proposal. So we do have periods of time throughout the presentation today and tomorrow where we'll pause and take questions. So we'll try to stay on track so that we can get through the material. So the EDAM-ologist I have featured here is Milosh Vosenak, Partha Malvadekar, George Angelides, Gabe Murtaugh, and James Lynn. And I'll have Anna McKenna joining me here in a minute as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Milosh. Take it away.
Thank you, Joanne, and good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for hanging with us for the first afternoon, and then we'll finish this out hopefully tomorrow. But let me just give you an overview of what we're going to cover today, or what we hope that we cover today, and then what we're going to cover tomorrow. So on the 29th, we started, and we covered a couple of items. We took a lot of stakeholder questions, had a good dialogue, and we hope to continue that. But last time we met, we talked through the participation framework, participation in the EDAM. We talked about an EIM entity electing to participate in the EDAM and how resources participate in the market. We also covered resource sufficiency evaluation. We walked through the different components of the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation, and that took a lot of the time last time. And then we started into the transmission commitment in EDAM, and that's where we hope to pick up today. Tomorrow, we'll see where we end today. Hopefully we finish the transmission discussion today, and then tomorrow we can pick it up on these rest of the day-ahead market processes, the IFM and RUC, and then the rest of the components. And I expect if we do that, we should have some time available at the end of, towards the latter part of tomorrow, where we can go back to questions on some of the other topics that we covered before, resource efficiency or the participation model as well. But I do encourage dialogue, just like last time. Questions, clarifications, and we're also available offline to the extent you think of something or have a question that comes up spurred by some of the discussions you hear today and tomorrow. Don't be hesitant to reach out to us offline with any questions, clarifications ahead of the comments being due, and we certainly encourage that. And you know, we'll mention this tomorrow as well, but we're extending the comments deadline to the 26th, from the 20th to the 26th, to give folks a little bit of time to just you know, take a bit more time to review things and digest the discussions and hopefully provide comments. So today we'll start with the transmission design component. This is part of those pre-day-ahead market activities that we've been talking about. We covered resource efficiency and how resources are made available to the market, and now we'll talk about the transmission component. We're kind of midway into the transmission section, so I'll do a little bit of a recap, and I do want to stop again and take a little bit of time to talk about some of the different pathways that we covered last time for how transmission can either be utilized or made available to the market. But I'll just do a little bit of a recap. We'll pause on those pathways. I'll go over them again, make sure that there's clarity around the different pathways that we put forward, and then we can move into some of the newer material that we didn't cover last time, starting with the transmission revenue recovery concept through the EDAM. So in the transmission availability to the EDAM discussion, we covered the 3 transmission buckets, and we're continuing to maintain the transmission bucket framework. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we talked about the transmission buckets framework, and we're continuing to move forward with this concept of transmission buckets, although I think ultimately once you get to the tariff drafting stage, I don't think we'll use the term buckets in the tariff, but I think the buckets help us really differentiate between who makes transmission available, what's the purpose of that transmission, and how's that transmission utilized in the market. And we talked about bucket one transmission being that firm or conditional firm transmission that supports resource sufficiency evaluation. To the extent the balancing authority area depends upon resources outside of its BAA to meet the resource sufficiency evaluation, they would be using and bringing to the table that firm or conditional firm transmission to support that. Bucket two transmission then refers to the rest of the transmission rights that a transmission customer may hold that may not have been utilized to support the resource sufficiency evaluation, but the transmission customer has that excess transmission available, and how can they make that available to the market, or how can the market utilize it. And then bucket three transmission refers to the transmission provider now may have some unsold firm ATC available transfer capability at the interfaces between EDAM balancing authority areas, and bucket three is effectively that unsold firm ATC that the transmission provider then brings to the table and makes available. And the hope is that between these three buckets of transmission coming from the transmission customer, that transmission then can support robust transfers between EDAM balancing authority areas to derive those benefits across the footprint. We're going to get in next here into that overview of the different pathways or choices that transmission customers have when they hold those transmission rights. But I do want to emphasize that through the EDAM, we're looking for pathways to support the exercise of OAT transmission rights in different contexts, as well as the exercise of legacy transmission contracts. And you'll see when we talk about these pathways on the next slide, we hope that we're providing different choices and different opportunities for transmission customers to exercise those rights that they hold today, or release them to the market for optimization. So let's cover those pathways, which I think is where we left off. And I'll go through these one by one, and then I think this would be the proper place to pause for some questions and clarifications that stakeholders may have. But when we're talking about the transmission customer rights, and now in the context, primarily in the context of bucket two, this is the transmission and there's a little bit of a mix when we talk about these pathways. A little bit is bucket two, which is that transmission that the transmission customer may have in excess of what it needs to meet the resource sufficiency evaluation, but also covers how can the transmission customer exercise those rights. So pathway one, if a transmission customer now has firm or conditional firm transmission rights, they have three choices effectively that they can, and how they can utilize those rights, or how those rights are made available to the market. Pathway one is that if they hold those transmission rights, and I'm going to talk, these pathways refer to the OAT transmission rights under the Open Access Transmission Tariff. I'll talk a bit what happens with legacy contracts, but assuming that these are Open Access Transmission Tariff transmission rights that they hold, firm or conditional firm, pathway one allows the transmission customer then to utilize those rights ahead of the day-ahead market run. They would effectively be similar to some of the processes that we have in place today. They will be effectively submitting a self-schedule, and then to the extent those rights are registered, they would exercise the use of those transmission rights, and then from a settlement perspective, effectively there will be a hedge where they would not be double charged or charged for the use of those transmission rights, but effectively they're exercising those transmission rights that they may hold under the OAT. And they would receive day-ahead transfer revenues through the EDAM entity. The ISO, to the extent any transfer revenues accrue, the ISO would settle those with the EDAM entity, with the expectation that the EDAM entity would then settle and pass those through to the transmission customer that has exercised those transmission rights ahead of the day-ahead market, ahead of 10 a.m. If the transmission customer then has those rights, they chose not to exercise them, not to use them under pathway one by 10 a.m., they have pathway two available to them, or choice two effectively. They can release those transmission rights voluntarily to the market by 6 a.m. And I know we talked about last time on the 29th, why we chose the 6 a.m. time frame. I think there's flexibility in terms of what time those transmission rights get made available to the market. So long as it's before the 10 a.m. time frame, ideally by 9 a.m., I think we can support that, and that's something we certainly want to see in some of your comments. What's the appropriate time frame if a transmission customer wants to release those transmission rights to the market? But Pathway 2 allows you to release those transmission rights to the market ahead of the market run and effectively receive transfer revenue directly from the ISO. They would effectively, if by releasing those transmission rights to the market, to the EDAM, ahead of the day-ahead market run, they would effectively be making those available to the market to optimize transfers. It provides a level of certainty to the market operator as well as to the EDAM entity that those rights are available to the market to optimize transmission and optimize those transfers without the risk of those transmission rights then potentially being exercised in real time. The transmission customer, or the generator, whoever holds those transmission rights, can continue to self-schedule in the market just as any regular self-schedule, but it wouldn't be necessarily tied to the use of those transmission rights. Pathway 2 is effectively, as it says, releasing those rights in the day-ahead time frame for use by the market. What we've noted in the proposal is that under Pathway 2, the transmission rights that would be eligible to be released to the market would be transmission rights that are held on a long-term or monthly time frame. So it's your long-term firm point-to-point or your monthly firm point-to-point transmission. And that election of whether or not to release them to the market could be made on a daily basis. You may choose, in certain time frames, on certain days, that you may want to release all or part of that transmission that you hold under a long-term firm point-to-point or monthly firm point-to-point reservation. On other days, you could choose not to release it. But the ability in this Pathway 2 is limited to those transmission rights that are long-term firm and monthly firm point-to-point transmission at this time. And then if you don't choose either Pathway 1, you don't choose to exercise those transmission rights by 10 a.m., you choose not to release them to the market ahead of the market run, but you rather choose to hold on to them to the extent those transmission rights, those firm or conditional firm point-to-point transmission rights are unscheduled by the time of the market run, they would automatically be made available to the EDAM to support transfers. The transmission customer, to the extent those are unscheduled transmission rights, the transmission customer could come back later under this Pathway 3 and has the ability to potentially exercise those transmission rights after the day-ahead market, between day-ahead and real time. They have that opportunity to do that. And the transmission provider or the market would look to accommodate the exercise of those rights if feasible. And we can talk a bit more about that as well. But to the extent that there are D-rates, maybe the use of those transmission rights could not be supported, or there may be a market infeasibility. But the intent here is that we would look to accommodate the exercise of those rights to the extent they are previously unscheduled, to the extent feasible. To the extent that there are any day-ahead, there are any transfer revenues that accrue as a result of that unscheduled transmission being made available to the market, those transfer revenues would be settled with the EDAM entity. The ISO effectively would pass those through to the EDAM entity, who may, there may be different ways of doing this, but they may look to hold on to those transfer revenues and manage those transfer revenues to net or offset any uplifts associated with a later exercise of those transmission rights by the transmission customer. So if those rights are unscheduled in the day-ahead time frame, they will be made available to the market, could accrue transfer revenues, but that transmission customer, if they come back later and use those rights, it could lead to certain uplifts, whether it's difference in the marginal energy component or the congestion component as a result of the exercise of those transmission rights. And the EDAM entity could potentially use those accrued transfer revenues to offset any of the uplifts caused by the exercise of those rights and ultimately settle with the transmission customer to the extent there are any excesses, or otherwise look to allocate any shortfalls as they see necessary. But those are the three pathways for the exercise of transmission rights. Use them, release them to the market, or if they remain unscheduled, they're automatically made available, but you have the ability to come back and later exercise those rights. That's the pathways for the OAT transmission rights. I just want to touch on legacy agreements, and then we can pause for some questions and clarifications. But in terms of legacy transmission contracts, and these are pre-OAT arrangements that are transmission contracts that are executed prior to the adoption of the open access transmission tariff by the different transmission providers. And I know I think there's been a steady move to move away from those legacy contracts to convert them towards OAT transmission rights. But I know that there's each balancing authority area retains some level of legacy contracts still that entities may hold between transfer points between balancing authority areas. So with these legacy contracts, these are not governed by the OAT. They have their own terms and conditions under the specific agreements. And so those legacy contracts, again, could follow Pathway 1. They could continue to exercise those transmission rights ahead of 10 a.m. Pathway 2 may also be available to those legacy transmission rights holders, depending on the terms and conditions of the agreement. And I think that's something that would need to be discussed between that transmission contract holder and the transmission provider to determine whether those rights could potentially be released to the market, again, depending on those terms and conditions, but that's a possible pathway. But Pathway 3, the unscheduled transmission path, is likely not applicable to those entities based on the terms and conditions of those contracts. So those legacy contracts, if the transmission remains unscheduled associated with those legacy contracts, that transmission would not be automatically made available to the market, and those transmission customers could continue to exercise those rights. Again, because those are not necessarily governed by the OAT, they have their own terms and conditions. So that's the different pathways of a transmission customer that holds transmission rights and how they could either exercise them or how they otherwise would become available to the market. And this is, I think, where we remained last time, and I think we closed out the discussion, but I wanted to come back to it hopefully create some additional clarity, but if there are any questions, we can certainly take those as well. Go ahead, Carrie. I think I see you're the only one so far, so go ahead.
Thank you. Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I was trying to distinguish between Bucket 1 and Bucket 2, and I'm wondering now that the RSC isn't modeling transfers, whether there is a need to distinguish Bucket 1 anymore, or really whether the requirement would be a minimum amount of Bucket 2, Pathway 1, and Pathway 2.
Yes, we still need bucket 1 because that is used in the resource efficiency evaluation to transfer requirements from the sink BAA to the source BAA. So you have these different pathways and you have the different buckets. So you can have, for example, pathway 1 being declared as a bucket 1. And that will, so these are two different things, two different classifications. So the fact that we're talking about pathways here doesn't take away from all our previous discussion when we're talking about buckets. Those are still on.
I thought you weren't modeling it and you just needed to know which resources to put at the supply at the other BAA.
The modeling is by simply transferring requirements. So you have a bucket 1 transfer, let's say, for energy, for 100 megawatts from BAA A to BAA B. When we do the resource efficiency evaluation for BAA B, we'll save off 100 megawatts of their demand forecast. And we will add it to the demand forecast of BAA A when we do that resource efficiency evaluation. So we're using still the bucket 1 for resource efficiency.
No, I understand it's still a verification process, but I don't understand the difference between the transmission you're characterizing in bucket 1 and the pathway 1 and pathway 2 in your bucket 2. To me, they're the same thing. Like, is it just a minimum requirement of this that you need, or Partha?
Let me put it this way. The buckets are types of transfers, whereas the pathways is ways that you can declare and use those different transfers. So these are two different classifications.
At least to your point, Carrie, I think what you're really getting at is that the settlement will be the same between those two pathways. So in effect, you can call it you can label it either way, but from a functional standpoint, what you're really doing is saying, to pass the resource efficiency evaluation test, I'm showing I have sufficient resources and sufficient transmission. But then from an optimization and settlement standpoint, whether you called it to reflect from bucket 1 or you called it bucket 2, pathway 2, the settlement will be the same.
The settlement's the same. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure I understood. You're just maybe I don't want to use the word arbitrarily, but you are for perhaps convenience purposes breaking it out into bucket 1, but functionally it's the same. Okay, that's really helpful. And then second question, and maybe we touched on this last time, so forgive me if this is a repeat of last meeting. Can you explain the 6 a.m. again? That seems unnecessarily early, and I can't remember why.
Yeah, and let me start first by noting that I think we're certainly open to moving that time frame later. I think the idea is we should, if transmission is released to the market, we should know it certainly ahead of 10 a.m., ideally 9 a.m. Originally, we were thinking about 6 a.m. just to give us some earlier notice of the transmission rights that may be available as we're looking to run some of the advisory RSC runs. But ultimately, I think, again, we're certainly open. What is the time frame that works for stakeholders, so long as it's before 10 a.m., ideally 9 a.m. I think last time we heard as well, some entities said 6 a.m. may be too early, maybe 7 or 8 a.m. based upon how they do their business and look at pairing transmission with different resources. So certainly open to a different time frame. We thought that 6 a.m. was just the time that would give us some added certainty ahead of some of the advisory RSC runs, but we're flexible.
Yeah, thanks, Milos. I think this is, again, blurring bucket 2 and bucket 1 because you were just saying you needed it by 6 a.m. to do the RSC run, but this is bucket 2, not bucket 1. So, yeah, hence my need for clarity here. But I'm good on the flexibility. Thanks.
Okay, Russell?
Yeah, this might be kind of a similar line of question, actually. So on pathway 1, it says the customer can utilize their transmission rights. But to get transfer revenue is only for ETSRs, is that correct? And so how would one utilize their transmission on an ETSR in the day ahead? So
Self-scheduling.
So self-scheduling between one BA and another.
There are two, right? There is a pair of ETSRs that define the transfer, self-schedule both of them. Or we can provide some functionality that you self-schedule one of them and then the other auto-mirrors it. So as long as the market sees both of them self-scheduled, that means that this transmission is actually used.
Okay, so today in the EIM, those would be separate ETSRs from the market ETSRs, right? So if like you model the base schedule, so would that be analogous to a base schedule ETSR in the EIM?
They will even be higher priority depending on what kind of a self-schedule is. If they're associated with because they will have a contract reference number that will allow you to self-schedule. So if this is associated with TORs or ETCs, that will have a higher scheduling priority than what you have today for base transfers. Or it could be just a node customer that chooses to follow pathway 1.
Okay, and so this says that, right, I guess that makes sense that the EDAM entity would give you the transfer revenue because you wouldn't know necessarily that a transmission contract was associated with that ETSR, right?
We will know from the contract reference number. If the contract reference number that is declared is associated with an ETC or a TOR, then we'll treat it as such.
Okay, and then for pathway 2 can release the transmission rights, and so that would be part of where I'm coming from on this. On Bonneville's transmission outside of northern, southern, eastern intertie, nobody buys transmission from one BA to another. You have a source and sink, which could be within the same source and sink. Generally speaking, from a modeling perspective, it could be within the same BA. You could transfer BAs. It's the same. So would it be if they release it, would they elect which ETSR it would be on in that scenario under pathway 2?
Yeah, release it meaning it will. This is. I have to keep my distance because it feedbacks. So releases means that you will declare the transfer to the market. When you do that, you will declare it as a bucket 1 or a bucket 2, right? And you will submit a scheduling limit, which will tell the market how much is the transmission capacity that is released on that transfer for the market to use, right? If you release it as a bucket 1, you're supposed to also make available supply and demand bids that match that, because actually you peg both PAAs as a bucket 1 and we should actually validate for that. It wouldn't be fair to release transmission as bucket 1 and not bidding resources for it, right? But for bucket 2, just release it, just make it available, declare it. You can declare it ahead of time in the master file, which is appropriate for this kind of pathway since it says long-term rights. But we have committed to provide functionality to also do it for the next day in cyber dynamically. So since we made that commitment, it doesn't matter. You can use either way. We prefer the master file way.
So for us as the transmission provider, and not being potentially either the source or the sync VA, I guess it'd just be incumbent on us to work out a framework for acceptable ETSRs and map them to the contracts based on, because they don't match up, right? People don't buy transmission for paths that are going to map to the ETSRs. So I think, I'm just trying to think out loud, I'm trying to figure out how this would work. I guess we would just come up with a way to crosswalk contracts and then their shift factors or PTDS for acceptable
No,
ETSRs?
my assumption is that we're talking about rights on interties between BAAs. So this is what is released as a transfer. If you're talking about rights inside the BAA,
it's not inside the BAA. They're not associated with the transmission, the physical transmission. The BES elements are what matters most right here. So it's
yeah. We're also not talking about physical. These are schedules, right? These are scheduling constructs. They're attached to an intertie, but there's no physical aspect. They're tagged, but that doesn't mean that the power actually flows to the amount that you release it. So maybe we're talking about different things.
I think we're talking about the same thing, which is why there's a lot of questions that need to be resolved. I think the issue is we are talking about the same thing because we model interties in the Northwest when there are no interties in the Northwest. Because here an intertie is a border between a balancing authority, and the border between a balancing authority does not correspond in most cases. Outside of those true Mod 29 interties, the quote-unquote intertie between the BAs does not correspond to transmission. And they all overlap. So I mean, I guess we've gone through this before. When a market starts, we'll figure out how to make it work. But
as long as the right is on an intertie between BAAs, then it can be declared as a transfer. I think this is a fundamental element.
What I'm saying is, in order for it to be used as a transfer, a translation would need to be done.
Perhaps on your end, yes.
Okay.
We're just receiving the information and we're putting it in the market.
And so I guess that's where. For me, we would have to figure out a mechanism to figure out an acceptable way for rights to get translated to quote-unquote interties as they're modeled in the market model. Okay, which is job security, so that's good. Pathway 3, I guess similarly, that would just be us doing that without there being a customer involved. So as a transmission provider, this is where it's unscheduled rights, and then the TSP or BA would be declaring it. Is that accurate?
Do you envision a dramatically different process than what we use already in EIM for defining what the dynamic transfer is and its limits?
We don't do this in EIM for a lot of these reasons, right? So we only have pathway analogous. We only have pathway 1 and 2. So this would be the TSP directly making that
that's right.
That declaration. I'm just clarifying that's
that's right, Russ. I mean, we as a market operator wouldn't necessarily be privy to the different transmission rights you got. How much of it is unscheduled? So I think it would be some form of working with the individual transmission provider for them to identify what is that amount of pathway 3 that hasn't been scheduled.
Okay,
and translating that. Yeah,
we'll work it out. Got it.
Okay, Kathleen.
Sure. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Russ, I share a lot of your questions. We're trying to solve a very complex problem. I think it's fair to acknowledge that. I think it's also fair to remember that a part of solving this problem does need to respect open access rules and principles. And how do we do that? What are the workable solutions? One of the pieces of feedback that we want to reemphasize is we think it would be very helpful if we don't view the differences as a function of who holds the transmission rights, but instead the type of transmission. The distinction between the buckets is not helpful, and I don't believe, to Carrie's point, that it's necessary anymore, and it also adds a little confusion. So I want to echo Carrie's call for kind of focusing on the type of transmission that we're making available to the EDAM market. I also understood the RSC proposal to have shifted to modeling injections and withdrawals at the single bus and no longer to be looking at the transfer capability between the BAAs. And if that has moved, that clarification that we've moved away from that would be very helpful today. And so can I first ask that question?
Do you mean in the resource efficiency evaluation in particular?
That is correct.
The resource efficiency evaluation doesn't look at transmission. It doesn't have a network model. It just compares the availability of resources under bids and against the requirements for that BAA. So it doesn't have any network, yes. So we have considered that from a long time ago.
I understood it to not have any internal network transmission, but also to no longer be looking at the transfer capabilities between the BAAs because we are now modeling a single bus test.
No, that's not the reason, though. I mean, this is predicated on the fact that you perform the resource efficiency evaluation on a single BAA. So on a BAA by BAA basis, so therefore whatever transfer capability exists between BAAs is not relevant for the resource efficiency evaluation, with the only exception of the bucket one, which we handle not as a transfer capability, but as a transfer of requirements. So that's the reason.
I would just respectfully request the CAISO continue to consider that the distinctions between type of holders is not meaningful. One of the other things I thought we clarified last week is that all types of offers from any scheduling coordinator would be recognized and seen in the resource efficiency test.
Yeah.
So a transmission customer, not an LSE, which is how you've defined the buckets, right? So bucket 2 is a non-LSE holder. However, that resource will be reflected in the RSE and will be able, their offer will be able to support potentially passing that. I just reemphasize the distinction between the buckets doesn't seem very helpful, and I just ask you to think about it, put it in the parking lot, think about it if you would for me. My next thing that I wanted to just bring up and note is that I thought we confirmed the types of transmission that we'd be making available last Monday, so I want to reemphasize. So if we pivoted from looking at it from who holds it to what type, I believe we do have some good alignment. So it would be clearer to frame this as we've aligned on priority 7 and priority 6, regardless of whether it's a network service or a point-to-point service, would be eligible to be included in the transfer limit. I think that would add some clarity. I just want to note that there are pretty significant differences between the CAISO's forward transmission practices and areas outside of the CAISO. And for this to be workable, we're going to need to try to converge those practices to some extent. And I'll flag one for you, just reemphasizing what Russ was bringing up. Pathway 3 is challenging, and this is something that we brought up in the past. It is non-firm transmission, so the non-firm available transmission capacity made available. And the challenge here is that if you were to make it available in the day ahead and clear transactions on it, that non-firm transmission made available by the transmission service provider would be backing transactions with the same level of priority as I understand your current proposal. And I'd ask if you can add some clarity and expand on that. I think that was one of the open questions from last week.
This is Anna. I just want to note, that's a good list, Kathleen, a lot of stuff. I just want to say, I think David has a comment or a question, so we should go to David.
Yeah.
And Kathy. I'm not sure who went first.
We'll fight for the mic. Kathy Anderson, Idaho Power. So I just want to make it clear, one of the reasons that, we started talking about buckets in the first place is because a network customer only has as much transmission as they have load. So they could have import capability that they've been given for an entire month based on, a peak forecast for that month. But that does not mean they really have that import capability if they don't have a load need. So that can't go into some thing where they can voluntarily give that because they don't really have that, right? The transmission provider will then turn around and resell that on a non-firm basis or, conditional firm or whatever it is. So that's why I have real heartburn when we say, just talk about the types, whether firm or non-firm, because network has a very distinct right. Network does not have a redirect ability. Network does not have the ability to sell that transmission or give it to anybody else. And Dave might want to add to that. So that's kind of my mind.
Oh, thanks, Kathy. When I look at the pathways as an OAT transmission provider, they look very familiar. Right now, our customers have the ability to schedule network or point-to-point. If they don't, it's released. And as you were saying, Kevin, it's released non-firm. But again, we have to remember what we're trying to do here. We're trying to merge the OAT world with the market world, that the KSO runs. And so we're going to have to tweak it. We're going to have to compromise to make as much transmission available as we can. But so the buckets, or not the buckets, sorry, do you want to stay away from that too? But the pathways here, you can schedule it, you don't have to schedule it, and it's released non-firm. And then as Kathy was saying, our point-to-point customers have a reassignment right. That's what pathway 2 looks like to me. And that's why it's limited to point-to-point firm. We felt it was important, that it be a month or so because, again, it's a new market. We don't want – this is sort of a new right we're bestowing because, again, the Cal ISO is not an eligible customer under the oath. They are an independent transmission provider. So we're offering a new product, if you would, to a select group of point-to-point customers and trying it out here. We don't want those customers to compete with those trying to pass the RS test by buying transmission on a shorter term basis. That's why we thought a month was a reasonable place to start. And again, this is just to start up a market. This is not where we're going to end 10 years after it's been up and running. So all of these things look very familiar to us as transmission providers under the OAT. And then in terms of, I think, Russ, where you were going on the congestion side of this, we're wondering whether or not we can treat things a little bit more simplistically because it's very hard for us to trace congestion. And when I should say congestion plus transfer rights, whatever, money comes in for both of those sources, if we can hold all of the customers harmless to the best of our ability because we don't know who's caused it, we just know that it's there, then the more we hold everybody harmless, the more everybody is just paying what they do today under the OAT. And then we treat any differences as an uplift the way we do today in EIM. Because I think it's going to be very hard to track customer by customer, path by path, what the cause was of any particular congestion amount. So it's best to just treat it all as a broad-based bucket on the transmission provider system, hold people harmless to the extent we can using those revenues, so we're not going to make money as a transmission provider here. But that's just sort of a program to get this market up and running that is implementable and is broadly consistent with the OAT rights that we have today.
Okay, I think we have Petter on the phone. Petter, go ahead.
Hey, Joanne. I think we need to really try to make market as efficient as possible, including maximize transmission available to the market, but not at the price of violating compatibility with OAT. And I think we have a problem with this pathway 3 because today in OAT, if transmission provider releases unscheduled firm transmission, it's released as a non-firm. And because it's released as non-firm, anything scheduled on that, in case of invisibility, is curtailed first. If we release it to the market, it becomes automatically firm. And if we have problems when people call on that between day ahead and real time, you really don't have that mechanism to find out which non-firm uses a schedule on that to curtail them first. And that may become a problem. I don't know how big it is, may not be frequent, but usually when you do something like this, people find incentive to kind of use that for their advantage. So I'm really concerned about this pathway 3, and I think, it would be better not to do that.
Okay, I think Kathleen again.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for the chance to respond, because I appreciated Kathy's comments, and so I wanted to make sure that my suggestion was clearer. The distinctions between 7F and 7NF, and the network versus the point-to-point are incredibly important. When I am requesting the CAISO to think about this from a transmission types perspective, I would refer both the CAISO and others back to our proposals from back in January, I believe January 18, and you'll see that we have, of course, shown these as separate, and secondary service is also something that's different. Transmission types, I just want to emphasize that I didn't say priority levels. I said I view them as transmission types, for network is its own type with 2 different levels. And so I wanted to make sure that was clear and re-emphasize and say that I agree with what Petter just said. And I think that wasn't clear why. It's not what happens in day ahead, it's what happens in real time. The transactions that come out of day ahead and into real time. And now it's not just about there being congestion for rescheduling or like redispatching in real time. What I'm concerned about is, when we have to reduce in real time certain transactions, we are at risk, I believe right now, of reducing a schedule from an entity that may have come in with firm, maybe going in. If they're all on an equal playing field, when they go into real time, it's the curtailment and the reduction piece that I'm asking for more clarity on. Thank you.
No, I'd just like to say thank you, Kathleen, and to Petter for that comments and feedback, and really appreciate Dave and Kathy, your clarification in terms of the buckets and priorities and how it works, how it's sort of consistent with your systems and processes today. We'd really appreciate if you're willing to sort of make these points in your comments as well. We certainly will consider them going forward. So really appreciate this dialogue. Maybe with that, we can sort of move on to the next topic. I don't know. We have one more comment, David?
The only comment I would make is I do appreciate what Kathleen and Petter were saying, and again, that's a choice to carve out pathway 3. But the only other point I would make, when we look at EDAM as a whole, we're really changing the OAT scheduling timeline here, that we're going from T-minus 57, the way we are today in EIM, to a day ahead. And so, I don't know if that factors into the overall decision on whether to carve out or not, but we will be asking customers to put in schedules day ahead, consistent with the day ahead market. So that timeline under the OAT would have to change for an EDAM.
Dave, it's not the timeline that is the problem. You're creating incentive for people to buy non-firm, knowing that they will enter the day ahead as firm. That's good gaming opportunity.
But Petter, you have to combine this with the resource efficiency requirements.
I understand that.
And those have to be firm or conditional firm.
I understand,
again,
but
I don't think we're taking people and their long-term firm transmission requirements, plus most of, at least for NV, are stuff in the network.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking bilaterals with the EDAM footprint. They can abuse this. They can delay and wait what is left on schedule and buy non-firm and enter the market as firm, the same as firm, the same protection. Because market doesn't have mechanism to split that transmission away from calculation. There is no way. That's why in bilateral you can do that, because people schedule non-firm and they are first to be curtailed in case.
But I think, this is Anna, I guess the main point at Petters, and I think it's important, we'll have to, continue to think about this, is that how firm is that release of Pathway 3 into the market? And if the entity decides to make it available to EDAM under Pathway 3, and then decides to pull it back later, which you guys have to deal with in your oath today as well, but what Petter is asking, I think, specifically, and we'll have to talk about and think about a little bit more, is given that that transmission is not, explicitly carved out of the optimization later, how do you know those megawatts were actually, when they are back, when the entity that released it exercises that schedule again? I think that's a good question, and I think we'll have to, think about that a little bit more. I don't know if anybody from the ISO has any comments on that particular aspect of that.
No, I think we can think about it more, Anna.
And we did talk about the consequences from a, uplift perspective, like what, if the entity calls that question back, that transmission back and wants to use it into real time, there's consequences to that, but it's the transmission element where the question is being posed. I think it's a good question.
Yeah, at least that point, and I think there's sort of two parts. I think that the second part that Kathleen's driving at is really sort of what's the priority of that transmission relative to other transmission, sort of within the larger footprint if curtailments are necessary. And so, yeah, I think that feedback is something we need to take back and consider. So yeah, really, appreciate that discussion. Jeff, do you want to?
Thanks, Partha. Jeff Spires at PowerX. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I think they're specific mostly to Pathway 1, but I'm just still, I think, not fully grasping some of the details around how an entity would use their rights. And I'm kind of thinking of from the economic perspective and the more physical priority perspective. So on the economic front, I think this is a simple question, but is the proposal that if there was congestion within the BA, that would each BA decide what they do with those funds? Like, David had an example of how they would use the revenue as one approach. Would that be potentially different? Each BA would kind of do their own assessment of how they want to allocate congestion rent within their BA?
Hi, this is James Lynn. Yeah, we would be allocating it to the entity. At this point, it'd be up the entity's oath as to how they would distribute it.
Okay.
Albeit, I'll add, I think we do want to add some level of commonality, to these, so it's not disparate treatment by each individual EDAM entity. So, for example, in the Pathway 1, I think our expectation would be that while we do settle with the EDAM entity, that the EDAM entity would find different mechanisms of passing that revenue through to that transmission customer. Whereas for Pathway 3, for example, I think we'll, to the extent we would want to settle the transfer revenue with the EDAM entity, but also acknowledge that that transmission customer may not ultimately receive fully those transfer revenues to the extent that there are certain uplifts that they create, and that EDAM entity may look to pool or otherwise offset some of those uplifts that may have been created by the use of those transfer revenues that they accrued in the day-ahead time frame. So I think we want to create some commonality among these pathways that are common across the EDAM entities.
Right. I guess I'm just not fully understanding why the congestion rent isn't part of the proposal here. Like, why is it just focused on the transfer revenue? Is that just because to keep it more simple, because that's the revenue that's being shared between BAs, or maybe I'm just missing?
Yeah. So maybe, and I think we'll get into this a little bit more, but maybe we can allude to this, James, is again differentiating, what accrues here when these transmission rights are made available. I think we've been talking about it, and by splitting transfer revenue and congestion revenue, I think we've been talking about transfer revenue accruing as a result of those constraints binding at the interfaces between balancing authority areas, whereas congestion revenue is more internal. But I'll let you, James, make that distinction. And is there congestion revenue that accrues in when this interface transmission is made available?
Okay, so today in WAM, when the transfer constraint is binding, it is currently being distributed, but it's embedded in the marginal cost congestion. And so when we did a review of the real-time settlement review, we came across that asymmetrical wheeling issue. And we identified there that when we go to EDAM, we're going to need to make a distinction between internal congestion associated with internal transmission constraints and congestion, which is associated with transfer constraint. And what we're doing is by identifying them separately, we're just identifying the congestion associated with transfer constraints that bind as transfer revenue. So we have a complete distinction between internal congestion versus congestion that occurs between the transfer location between two BAs.
Thanks for clarifying that, James. I think what I'm saying is maybe a little bit more simple. I'll try to restate it. What I'm trying to say is, under Pathway 1, I might have transmission rights that effectively traverse across a BA, and so theoretically I'd be exposed to the congestion rent accruing across that path, and they're supporting a transfer to another BA. And so what I'm asking was, under that framework of using those rights under Pathway 1, wouldn't the amount of congestion that's returned include both the congestion rent across the BA where it's occurring, as well as the transfer revenue associated with the delivery to another BA?
Okay. And so that's where we're starting to get into whether or not we are establishing ETCs or TORs associated with your internal rights to go from the generator to the transfer location, and then the transfer location to load. Under ETC and TOR rights, we will keep you harmless to exposure from the congestion between those two locations. So as long as you have a balanced quantity going from source to sink, we are going to reverse that congestion from the generator to the transfer to the load, and then we'll deal with the transfer revenue through the EDAM entity. So we are going to look at reversing out your exposure to the congestion, but if you don't have ETCs and TOR rights, that is going to be incorporated into the congestion revenue that is also being allocated to the entity, and the entity has the authority or ability to distribute that to its customers as it deems necessary, because you may have some redispatch costs that it has to take into consideration.
Okay, I think I understand what the differentiation there, but I think maybe back to Milos's point before, dialogue around is there a consistent way that would be done, I think would be valuable, because obviously it matters. Very quickly, the other question I wanted to ask, and if this is for a later time, that's fine, but the other question I have around Path 1 related to ETC TOR treatment is, if you think about what goes on in the West, a lot of transactions have multiple segments. We might be delivering from BC across the BPA network to other BAs. If I try to utilize those rights, how are those different segments that might be on different OAT priorities, how are they considered? I just don't quite understand how the scheduling functionality actually works when you have multiple BAs, multiple segments of a delivery. Which one takes precedent over others, or how does that work? Because I think that's going to be something that's also important in just understanding how are those OAT rights being considered through the market optimization.
Right. So when we have set up ETCs and TORs, we basically set up the contract path, and we establish your rights along that contract path. And when I say we'll give you the hedge, we'll give you the hedge of that contract path, congestion between the various points of that path in relationship to your rights on that path. So if you don't have rights, let's say 100 megawatt rights all the way through, You won't get 100 megawatts congestion rights all the way through. We will do it based upon your rights. This is the current functionality we do in the ISO today.
I think the fair enough, but I think what I'm really getting at is physically speaking, in terms of market awards. You have competing self-schedules on multiple segments with different OAT priorities. How does the market decide who flows and who doesn't? When I understand the concept of saying, okay, you've got an ETC on a segment, and that gives you a higher priority than not, but I think it gets into more complexity when you have multiple segments with different priorities. What is the market doing with that information to decide which of the self-schedules should flow if you get into that situation where there's not enough transmission to support all of the self-schedules that were submitted?
Okay, maybe I can try to answer this, Jeff. So you have a set of resources associated with a contract reference number. Let's say it represents a TOR or an EDC contract. And these resources are all along this contract path that we're talking about, from a source in a BAA or multiple sources, through a transfer to another BAA, so you also have both the TSRs under the same contract. This can go on another transfer further out, those ETSRs as well, and at the end you have a load resource or maybe an export. That's your sync. So if all of these are lined up and associated with contract reference numbers, if they're self-scheduled and they're balanced across that path, that will enable settlements to give you what we call the perfect hedge. So essentially, your settlement will realize loss and congestion differences between your ultimate source to the ultimate sink, and you'll be getting that back through the perfect hedge, depending on whether it's an ETC or a TOR. There are differences between the marginal losses being included or not.
Yeah, I think I understand the hedge part. What I'm trying to ask is, how do you determine who actually receives the physical market award when you have multiple BAs, multiple submitted self-schedules?
The resources. Those resources are self-scheduled, and because they're high priority, because they're ETCs or TORs, they will clear the market. So you will get schedules for your generator, for the ETSRs, for the load. Okay.
And so, so if I've got firm rights on the Southern Intertie on the BPA system, how do I exercise those, and do they guarantee that I flow?
Well, if you have those rights, then with BPA's cooperation, you will declare this as a transfer associated with contract reference number with all the rest of the resources in the contract path, and that will allow our system to give you the opportunity to self-schedule those ATSRs along with your other resources. And when these clear the market, and they're expected to clear because they're high priority schedules, when they go to settlement, the contract reference number that tracks along this whole contract path will give you the perfect hedge.
Okay, I mean, I think this is something that would also benefit from an example, because I'm obviously working towards the wheel-through issue and some of the challenges there where there's not enough transmission physically to allow all of the self-schedules to be awarded, and which ones are selected changes which BA ultimately receives the energy. And that's where I'm going with this, is that if I have firm rights on the BPA system, there might be another schedule that has higher priority on the CAISO system according to the new proposed framework. And at some point, the market optimization is going to see those and have to settle that and decide which one gets the award or not. And I still don't understand how that occurs in that situation where you have multiple segments, multiple rights holders that may have differing priorities on different elements of those constrained facilities. And that's the line of the questioning when I'm trying to get an understanding of. So it's obviously a pretty complicated topic.
We did have some examples showing how you can exercise your contract rights at the beginning of the year. They were not that complicated with so many multiple segments, but there was a good example to start with. So maybe you can look back at whatever we publish in the workshops. There are some examples on existing transmission contract use and exercise.
Yeah, I participated in those, and I asked similar questions then. I still don't have the answer, and I don't think it's clear. So I think we have to. I think that what I just said, that exact example, is one that's obviously one that we would.
Let me try this, and that's why in your example I said in association with cooperation from the BAA that you have these rights on. They have to be blessed, so that when you declare them, we take them for face value. That you do have point-to-point rights. You will clear the market because you will get a higher scheduling priority. But this assumes that your right is solid, and whatever BPA you have these rights through, they have to check and say, yes, this is a true contract reference number, and give it a high priority.
This is Anna. I was just going to suggest, because I suspect there are bazillion different types of examples we could go through, and I think you're looking at specifically the BPA construct with your rights on that BPA system. And maybe what would be helpful is that if BPA and Pyrex have a specific example at a specific location that you want to puzzle through, maybe we can work through that example in more detail. Because George is right, we did provide some examples. They're probably too generic and too general, perhaps, to get to the core of what you both are thinking of. I think Russ's question earlier kind of alluded to the same type of arrangements that might exist, and even further in terms of where the rights cross over within the same BAAs, but there's different rights holders between those. And so it may be complicated enough that we do require specific actual physical locations that you're looking at and thinking about. Give us those examples, and we'll take it back and see what we could do with that. You're not going to what? Sorry? You're not going to work with Jeff? Jeff, I'm really sorry. He's very problematic. I'm sorry. I tried. I tried.
Well, I did want to maybe ask a question of me, or kind of both, actually. So in terms of this question, I think it's important. We're talking about a couple things, and I don't know, maybe we weren't conflating them, or maybe I was, but so on the one hand, there's a hedge for congestion, right? So to the extent that there's price separation, essentially, you get a hedge against the price separation due to the congestion element. But beyond that, that's not associated with a generator in the market. So separately, I assume that the market is going to economically, and if you have a self-schedule, then it's going to make room for it. But even if there's a curtailment or congestion on it, I assume that the market is still going to find the cheapest resources to fill up whatever transmission is available. And if the maybe I'm testing this. So if a generator was originally bid on transmission, like on a reservation that was curtailed, if there's still capacity, it still might flow.
Okay,
right?
No, Russ, we're talking about self-schedules, not bids here. So to exercise your contract, you have to self-schedule. And that self-schedule has a higher scheduling priority than other self-schedules. So we expect it to clear.
Yeah, go ahead. But even if there's congestion.
I just wanted to respond to Anna, because I do think it's worth walking through this type of example. But at the highest level, I think the easiest way to just get people thinking about it is one schedule. So you have two self-schedules. One has firm transmission on the BPA system, and they're wheeling across the CAISO to the Desert Southwest, and they do not have the high priority on the CAISO side. So they're just submitting a self-schedule, but they don't have PT wheel status on the CAISO side, but they do have firm BPA. And they submit that as an ETC. The other schedule is an import into the CAISO BA. They have priority on the CAISO side, but they have non-firm on the BPA side. What happens in that situation? Because you have high priority on the CAISO side relative to the wheel, so the import has higher priority, but you also have BPA firm rights that are scheduling on their ETC expecting high priority, and the lines can't accommodate both. That's basically the question. That's the most pertinent example in the recent past, but I think that's a more generic question about how the OAT priorities are considered through the market optimization when you have multiple segments.
No, that's great. That's a good illustration. I think, though, that we'll take that illustration with the assumption that BPA is within the EDAM at that point. And, right? It's the whole EDAM footprint. Yeah, I assume a lot. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, in order to puzzle through that example, it would be different if BPA was not in the EDAM, so we'd have to puzzle through that example. But let's assume for the time being that it's within the EDAM footprint for the purposes of that explanation, and we can puzzle with that. We're not going to do that on the fly today. Okay?
Yeah, just this Doug Bocignone, Flynn Resource Consultants for BAMX. Just wanted to point out on the self-scheduling, I mean, you're basically saying, I don't care how low the price is, I want my generation to clear, and I don't care how high the price is, I want my load to clear. And so it will clear. If you're in a scenario where the transmission's been derated for the season, you won't, your contract reference number won't allow you to schedule to your full rights. Just like today, if there's been a derate before the day ahead market, I mean, before the day ahead scheduling timeline, you're not allowed to schedule up to your full rights. So the priorities are handled with the transmission rights and transmission curtailment instructions that establish that are associated with your contract. In real time, once you've done the schedule, if there's something unforeseen takes place, I mean, what happened in the day ahead is honored financially, so that's how your rights are preserved. But when the market redispatches after this contingencies occurred, you're protected from that because you self-scheduled day ahead.
No, thank you, Doug. Yeah, thanks for the good discussion on bucket 2. Maybe for the sake of time, we'll move forward. We're going to try to see how far we can get through basically the next discussion, which is really focused on what I describe as sort of a combination of the bucket 3 transmission, the unsold firm transmission made available by the transmission provider to the market, as well as the variety of cost recovery options that we discussed and included in the presentation. So just in terms of sort of moving forward, I'll start with the bucket 3 first, and sort of as we transition, at least I'd like to acknowledge first sort of how we arrived at the proposal that we did and what we included in the comments that we received in our previous proposal. So in the straw proposal, we really presented sort of 3 different pathways forward. The approaches that we really were looking at was, the first approach that we had was primarily focused on allowing for transmission recovery and the inclusion of sort of this bucket 3 unsold firm transmission. Do I need to move forward, by the way, in the slides? Yeah, I apologize. You're good. That one is. All right, great. Yeah, I see both slides here, so I apologize for that for the people online. So the 3 approaches. The first approach that we include in the straw proposal is really focused on that hurdle approach, which would allow for inclusion of that transmission, but basically that the cost recovery be done sort of directly through the market optimization through a hurdle rate that would really be kind of up to the FERC-approved rate in the market. The second approach that we really were focused on was a pure reciprocity framework consistent with what we had used in the WEIM, which really would have hurdle-free arrangements on both sides, but not really address cost recovery. And the third approach was really kind of, we had various frameworks that allowed EDAM entities to make bucket 3 to the market hurdle 3 while considering sort of alternative methods for cost recovery outside of the market context. The proposal that was ultimately adopted really was sort of the allowing for hurdle-free transmission to be made available for bucket 3 in the market context, but also to address simultaneously cost recovery measures to make sure that entities that were making this unsold transmission available to the market would be allowed appropriate opportunities to recover those costs in the market. Along with this bucket 3 option, we also had included a variety of discussions on other transmission cost recovery mechanisms, which we'll be getting into as well. And lastly, and at least sort of for some of the overlapping topics, James Lim will be getting into more of this into details into his subsequent presentation, but bucket 3 transmission, at least under our proposal, would also receive transfer revenue associated with that transmission made available. But we'll be sort of digging into some of the details around that going forward. So again, the key thing for bucket 3 is kind of that the idea of this really would be for any unsold firm transmission made available by the transmission service provider. All of this would be made available hurdle free. But really the conversation now is really kind of focused on what are those options and pathways look like for having appropriate cost recovery and not having shifts associated with that. So let me see if I can. Thank you. Yeah, he's really not joking. There really is a fireworks symbol on here. So not sure how to interpret that. Yeah. So the next slide 21, really focuses on the transmission cost recovery options and how to best provide for basically recovery of the historical transmission revenue rights through the EDAM market. First in terms of acknowledging the problem statement, we concluded that as we move towards an adoption of an EDAM market, we recognize that transmission providers, as well as the California BAA, face the risk of foregone transmission revenues based on a decrease in the short-term transmission sales, as customers can choose to rely on the market rather than explicitly purchasing short-term transmission rights under sort of the current functions. So we're looking to develop a way for transmission providers to potentially recover foregone revenues to avoid cost shifts as they transition into this EDAM marketplace. And so the proposed design really is allowing for the recovery. Apologize. There's a bug that keeps on flying right into my face. So if you see me jolting back, that's why. Milos, by the way, just held his ground as it did it, so I was very impressed with his ability. So the proposed design is really allowing for the recovery of what we're terming as an EDAM recoverable TRR, which that's really consisting of revenues associated with the short-term firm and non-firm point-to-point products, revenues attributed to short-term firm and non-firm point-to-point transmission service on approved new transmission builds that would increase transmission capacity between the EDAM BAs, as well as there's a special category for allowing for the recovery of revenues for wheel-through volumes for EDAM BAs that exceed the total imports and exports from the EDAM BAA. And so we're going to get into some of the details of each of those components, but at least I want to sort of call it up front that really we're sort of expanding the scope from what was sort of originally envisioned as sort of just addressing that bucket 3 component of the reduction of rights, and really adding on the 2 additional components being addressing transmission new builds and the potential reduction of lost revenues, as well as trying to address sort of that specific situation that for those certain entities that would have a would have seen sort of a reduction historically of wheel-through volumes, or sort of have a lack of benefits from the market relative from imports and exports relative to sort of the reduction in the wheel-through volumes that are coming through their system. Yep. So moving on to slide 22. So we have a variety of components that were. Let me make sure that I'm following on the same slide. Yeah. So this is really transfer recovery associated with component 1, and that really is sort of that first component associated with historic bucket 3, as well as potentially a reduction in the non-firm revenues that the transmission provider will receive. So for component 1, this really encompasses sort of the core of the bucket transmission 3, and including both short-term firm and non-firm point-to-point transmission, both for EDAM entities and for the CAISO BAA, and addressing the potential risk of reduction in transmission revenues associated with limited transmission products, limited in transmission sales resulting from the EDAM participation. As previously discussed, in the EDAM, as unscheduled point-to-point transmission is made available to the EDAM, transmission providers, we anticipate will experience reduced non-firm and firm sales because unscheduled firm transmission made available to the EDAM market will likely not be procured in the same volumes. And so really what we're doing here in the proposal is that the EDAM recoverable revenues we're looking to be based on the historical revenues from hourly non-firm and firm point-to-point, daily non-firm and firm point-to-point, as well as weekly non-firm and firm point-to-point revenues. And that, apologize again for, if people on the phone are seeing me grab this bug, it really is trying to fly right into my face while I'm speaking, so it's challenging. Yeah, George can take care of it. Keep going. Yeah, I'll do my best. Go. Yeah. So, yeah. So, again, to kind of reiterate, for the EDAM entities, primarily this really is sort of focusing on these historical revenues that have been recovered from these additional short-term sales, firm and non-firm revenues. For the ISO, this is really sort of showing up as a part of the historical wheeling access charge revenues from sales, either from exports from the ISO or from wheel-throughs in the market. So in terms of making this calculation, we had sort of, two sort of fundamental questions that really sort of were driving our calculations going forward. First was really kind of what was the time period in which the gross at-risk TR is derived, and the second one is sort of how frequent should these numbers be updated in terms of forming that baseline for what lost transmission revenues are. So our proposal was really sort of to use primarily the 3 years of historical data, as well as using sort of having an update every 2 years of some of the numbers. And so I'll get into that momentarily, but so maybe to sort of go through sort of the example just in terms of sort of what we're mean and how we're calculating the EDAM recoverable. So yep. Yeah, there's a variety of distractions in the room, so I apologize. So the EDAM recoverable TR really represents the total historical revenue at risk associated with the certain transmission products, which would be eligible for recovery through the EDAM. For EDAM entities operating under the OAT, the EDAM recoverables, the TRR, is the historical transmission revenue requirement for short-term firm, point-to-point, hourly, daily, and weekly, as iterated before. And so the example that really is provided on the bottom really is kind of a very simplified example to sort of look at how we'll be calculating the what is sort of at risk and potentially recoverable through the EDAM process. And so in the calculation, what we're really looking at first is sort of that total revenue requirement, which in the example has, $100 million is sort of the amount that's needed to be recovered. But what we're really looking at is sort of what is that components that has been sort of historically sold as either firm or non-firm, and should be allowed to sort of, that should be sort of viewed as the at-risk component going forward for those entities. So of that 100 million, what we're really getting at is that when we're looking at those components that historically have had for this entity, that should be sort of potentially at risk and should potentially be sort of recoverable, of that 100 million, it might be sort of only 7% or $7 million, which would really be sort of that amount we're looking at for driving the gross risk. So in terms of the time frame and sort of defining out how we'd walk through that, the EDAM proposal is that for each EDAM entity BAA, the transmission provider will calculate their BAA's EDAM recoverable TR based on that transmission provider's average transmission revenue requirement for non-firm and short-term firm point-to-point transmission services for the most recent 3 years, and that for the ISO PTO, the EDAM recoverable TR will be equal to the average FERC-approved transmission revenue requirement balancing account adjustment from wheeling transactions from those third-party transactions coming through the wheeling through or coming from exports out of the ISO system. In determining the 3 years, we really concluded that this represents a reasonable representation of the revenues that are at risk. But we are as well, I'd note that we're seeking feedback on that proposal to use 3 years in terms of making the calculation. In terms of updating the numbers, I recognize that the 2 years is short. The EDAM proposal, really kind of recognize that the 2 years we really want to be able to look back and evaluate patterns in transmission usage and change, and potentially reflect that in an updated calculation going forward. And so that was really kind of the basis in terms of that timeline of the calculation, using a 3-year look back of what those lost revenues might look like, but as well as for recognizing the fact that time and uses will change, and we'll be looking to update this on a regular basis. So moving to the sort of the next concept, in the EDAM proposal, we also sought feedback on a bound to that transmission. And that really sort of, this bound, as we're defining, is really kind of bound on the gross TR recoverable through the EDAM. And this is really based upon the EDAM's transfer flows through its market as compared to the total exports that the EDAM and non-EDAM entities would occur. And so such a bound is really designed to avoid cost shifting and risk placed to the EDAM market for recovery costs compared to the use of the market as a whole. So particularly if the percentage of transfers between EDAM entities is low compared to the total exports and total sort of sales made by a specific EDAM entity, we were looking at that bound to really be being sort of placed upon it just to limit the amount that would be sort of at risk and recoverable through the EDAM market. And so the way I would think about the TRR bound that we're looking to have feedback on is really it's sort of the EDAM transfers megawatts use compared to the total exports. And so that would be the way I would kind of think about it would be like, what is that percentage of use through the EDAM market for that EDAM entity relative to their total transactions. And that times the that EDAM total recoverable, sort of what were those firm and non-firm short-term sales and revenues, that would be kind of placing sort of a bound on the risk, so that, so for lack of a better term, if for lack of a better term, like that EDAM participant, if all of that EDAM transfers historically have been with other entities in the EDAM market, then basically all of that EDAM recoverable TRR would be sort of included in the potential uplift cost and make whole payment. But if a very small percentage was of the transfers relative to sort of other sales, other exports from the market were included, there would be a much lower value that would be sort of at risk and eligible for recovery. So we're seeking feedback on that bound, whether or not such a proposal is appropriate moving forward. So moving on to sort of netting transmission sales, I'd like to emphasize that the EDAM recoverable TR really is sort of the previous bound aside, is really kind of the upper bound of the transmission revenue recovery, and that we still anticipate that transmission will be recovered through ongoing transmission sales throughout the year, and so that those sort of sales would be subtracted out in terms of determining what the actual TRR shortfall is from the market. And so the formula at the bottom of the screen really is kind of a very simplified way to sort of say is that when we're looking at that first component of the EDAM recoverable TRR, kind of once again, that's kind of the basis of historically an entity might have had, as we described before, $7 million of sales from sort of the short-term firm and non-firm point-to-point transactions, and that but if that 7 million, if sort of through the current processes instead of 7 million, they had continued to make sales and had 5 million, that once the EDAM goes live, then really the TR shortfall wouldn't be that full 7 million, but it would really be sort of only that difference between their historical baseline and sort of what we were actually seeing from the market in terms of, actually seeing from that EDAM entity in terms of what their sales look like.
So, Martha, I think that might be a good stopping point. Do you feel comfortable stopping here and picking up that component 2 tomorrow?
It's the right thing to do. Thanks for calling out the time. I had a ways to go, and you'll are in for a treat tomorrow.
I think we're, we are between them and the bar at this point. So I'm thinking,
you are
right?
You're weighing in the right time with the right comment. So we'll pick up on the rest tomorrow. Maybe just to give a preview. The remaining components really are kind of focusing on, I think that the next one are kind of new topics focusing on how that calculation will work for new transmission, how the calculation will work for wheeling transactions, and then get a little bit into sort of what the cost allocation looks like for those 2 components. So
great.
I don't know, Milo, Joanne, do you want to close this out?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to the CAISO team. And so just for a couple of reminders, we are having a networking event, and it's on the terrace. Now, good news is that's an indoor terrace. Okay, so you come out into the lobby, go up the stairs to the left, and there's a terrace. There will be appetizers and a bar there. The ISO team doesn't mean to be antisocial, but we have to go back to the ISO and support the rest of our team. So we will see you tomorrow morning. We do have continental breakfast here between 8 and 9, and then we will start up again at 9. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.